So welcoming you all for this consultation. So now I would, without much delay, I would like to invite our organizers, Professor Amit from IIIT Bangalore, Mr. Arman Ali, the Executive Director from NCPEDP, Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman NCPEDP, to the stage. I would also like to invite Professor S. Sadagopan sir, former Director, IIIT Bangalore. And we have Ms. Deepa Nagraj, Global Head of Communications, Sparkle Innovations Ecosystem, ESG and CSR Mphasis, who is joining virtually with us. Would also like to request Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Jurisdictional Director, STPI Bangalore, to the stage. So now I would request Mr. Pradeep Gupta to welcome Dr. Sanjay Tyagi. Would also like to welcome Professor S. Sadagopan sir. So, without much delay, we are gathered here for important deliberations on the AT ecosystem in India, discussions that touch on innovation, inclusion, policy, and partnerships. So without much now, I will invite Professor Amit Prakash to begin with I'm really sorry, to start with the welcome address.
Thank you. Thank you, Divya. And good morning everyone. Welcome to IIIT and welcome to this event. So I know we are slightly delayed, but we'll try to make up for it as we go along. So it's a pleasure to have all of you gathered here today morning. I know some of you have traveled long distances in Bangalore. Some of you have come from outside, and it's great to have all of you here. There are a few others who are on their way, but I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of IIIT Bangalore and NCPEDP, along with whom we are organizing this consultative workshop. Reimagining Pathways is something that is a wonderful way to look at assistive technologies. That's a wonderful way to look at accessibility in general, because unless we reimagine the run-of-the-mill road is not going to lead us very far. So thank you, Arman and team, for coming up with a program that allows us to reimagine pathways, reimagine the vehicles that move on these paths, and over the next 2 days we'll engage in hopefully very interesting and very useful interactions. So let me also very quickly welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Professor Sadagopan, Mr. Sanjay Tyagi, Arman, all of you. Thank you for taking out time. Ms. Deepa Nagraj has joined us on Zoom. So thank you very much for joining us today. We are looking forward to very interesting discussions. I am affiliated to a center here which looks at accessibility in the Global South. We are working with many of you here, many supporters, well-wishers, friends, mentors in this entire ecosystem. And we do hope that we keep curating these kinds of platforms where all of us come together, exchange ideas, and work together on these pathways, new pathways, modified pathways, reimagined pathways. So thank you very much for joining us. I do hope all of you will find the next 2 days very interesting, informative, and useful in terms of shaping the AT ecosystem, in terms of shaping accessibility and inclusion in our country and the entire Global South. Thank you very much. I'll not take a lot of your time. I will pass it on to Divya, but I don't know if you have time. Professor Sadagopan wanted a very quick introduction of all of you. So I am just trying to stick my neck out and see if we can do that quickly on the next 10 minutes. So if you're fine, we will do a very quick introduction we'll pass on the mic, and maybe your name and affiliation would make it very interesting for all of us to engage and start discussing, engaging in conversations. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Ravinder Singh and working as a senior scientist with the Indian Council of Medical Research at ICMR headquarters. I'm looking after the area of disability rehabilitation and assistive technology at ICMR, and a part of global cooperation on assistive technology WHO, as well as part of a great report. Also, we have brought out the national list of essential assistive products, which is in the name of NLEAP, and created National Centers for Assistive and Technology at IIT Delhi, AIMS Delhi, IIT Madras, and Nish Trivandrum, and lot more other activities related to assistive technologies. Thank you.
Hi everybody, Shilpi Kapoor, BarrierBreak, working in digital accessibility.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Meenu Bhambhani. I work with State Street and I lead corporate social responsibility.
Good morning everybody. I am Tripti from Tamaha Trust, and this is Sangamitra Shiva, also from Tamaha Trust. We work with children with developmental disabilities.
Good morning everyone. I'm Dr. Haripriya, the founder of Rockstance, manufacturing novel carbon fiber prosthetic feet for amputees as well as orthotic devices. We've launched and we're working with NGOs to provide processes to low-income individuals. Thank you.
Hi everybody, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rohit Philip. I am a senior program consultant with Kerala Medical Technology Consortium. And why we find it very interesting to be part of such an event is because assistive technology is a key focus area for Kerala within the broader medical devices and medical technology space. So I look forward to the discussions today.
Good morning, I'm Anil Suraj. I'm a faculty at IIM Bangalore and also looking after diversity and inclusion related aspects.
Hi, good morning. This is Prateek Madhav from AssisTech Foundation, ATF. We work with around 500 startups in the country and around 1,000 startups across the globe in assistive technology. Pleasure to be here.
So I am also from ATF. My name is Sarthak and I am as a Founders Office intern. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mohan Sundaram. I am the CEO of RT Lab, and we run an incubator for ventures that deal with disability.
Good morning all. My name is Jayasudan. I'm the founder of a startup called Deep Vision Tech. We provide solutions for the deaf, hard of hearing and speech impaired community. We have a stall here. I'll be happy to explain our solutions during the break. Thank you.
नमस्ते सबको, मेरा नाम शीतल जन्नी है, मैं फाउंडर हूँ गार्गी इंडस्ट्रीज़ की। हम बेड रिडन पेशेंट्स के मोबिलिटी के लिए असिस्टिव टूल्स बनाते हैं। थैंक यू।
हेलो, नमस्कार सभी को। मेरा नाम अनिश कर्मा है। मैं और मेरी वाइफ हम दोनों पोलियो पेशेंट हैं और हमने गांव में ही अपने पोलियो के लिए एक कैलिपर बनाना स्टार्ट किया था। फिर हमको IIT बॉम्बे में बेड लैब में काफ़ी हेल्प मिला और हमने पोलियो पेशेंट और CP स्पाइनल कॉर्ड इंजरी के लिए एक डायनेमिक कैलिपर बहुत लो कॉस्ट में बनाया है। थैंक यू सर।
Good morning, Namaste. My name is Avinav and I am working with NCPEDP as a consultant, helping out and contributing towards the intervention on Assistive Technology Hub. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Shiva Jagopal from Binmania Foundation. We focus primarily on IT skills for persons with disabilities, software development, software testing, those kind of things.
Hi all, good morning. I'm Satya, part of Ajim Premji Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Mike Nunes and I am the senior manager in an organization called Worth Trust. Worth Trust provides rehabilitation, education, training, employment and empowerment of the differently abled since 1963.
Hi, good morning. My name is Paul D'Souza. I'm founder of Touche Tech Labs. We make braille display technology and other tactile devices and stuff.
Good morning. My name is Raju Gopal. I am from a company called Wemby Technologies. We make solutions for the educational needs of visually impaired children.
Good morning, everybody. My name is G. Ravi. We have a program known as Schools Where All Belong.
on inclusive education, and we work across the board from the policy to the grassroots to include children with disabilities in regular government schools.
Good morning, one and all. My name is Mutturaj. I'm from disability space and assistive technology from past 2 decades, more than 2 decades. Currently, from past 3 years, I'm with Samarthanam, handling Assistive Technology Accelerator Lab. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shivram Deshpande, working for Samarthanam Trust as Head Operations. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Naina Padki, founder of True Assistive Technology. At True Assistive Technology, we develop assistive tech for vehicle, which help people with disability to travel with ease, which helps with their ingress and egress. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Pratyusha, founder of Grailmaker Innovations. We innovate for persons with visual impairment, right from making the public places accessible and also during their childhood taking care of improving the vision through vision therapy. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, my name is Chavi. I'm from Tech Mahindra Foundation, and the Tech Mahindra Foundation is building the ability network, we call it as TAN, which is providing, it's basically a digital platform where we are planning to provide affordable services starting from preventive care to counseling, therapy, assistive technology, and all the related things which are required for the caregivers and people with special needs. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tangaraju. I'm a faculty in IIIT Bangalore.
Professor Srinath, yeah.
Good morning. I'm Sushmita Jain. I work with Wipro and I manage disability inclusion efforts.
I'm George. I manage the assistive solutions at Enable India. Also was privileged to work with Professor Amit in the DPDM product design course where we included 6 persons with disabilities.
Thank you. We have Professor Srinath also.
Hi, I'm Srinath Srinivasa. I'm a faculty member here at IIIT.
And we have Veda ma'am, we have ma'am, yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. We took less than 10 minutes. Yeah. Thank you everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Amit, and it was a great round of introductions. So now I would like to welcome Ms. Deepa Nagraj, Global Head of Communications, Sparkle Innovation Ecosystem, ESG and CSR at Mphasis, who is joining us virtually to deliver the keynote address, delivering on the need for collective action to build a more inclusive future. Over to you, Ms. Deepa.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. And of course, for everybody who's physically in the room, thank you for braving the Bangalore traffic and from wherever you are getting to the south end of Bangalore. Really appreciate it. Again, thanks Arman for putting this together. Apologies for not being there in person. Today and tomorrow are the busiest days of the year for us because it's our annual board meeting. And we have our earning announcement soon after. That would have loved to be there otherwise. Quick check. Are you able to see the screen with the slide? All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know. So as we get started, I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, right? To give you a quick background on Mphasis, we are a technology services player. Right? However, what is important for us is the relationship that we build and nurture, not just with our customers, but with our employees, with the community, with the entire operations that we manage globally. And with what we look at with technology, and we've been working with NCPEDP for over 2 decades right now, and Meenu is in the room. She started her career with NCPEDP and then came to Mphasis.
Deepa, sorry, can you put it on full slide mode, your full screen mode? Yes, it's coming with the note part.
Can you see that now?
Yes, better. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, sure. So, thanks Arman. So with NCPEDP, over the years, we've looked at inclusion of people with disabilities. But I think what we've started looking at as a technology company, what we can bring to the table is our knowledge of technology, but being able to cross-pollinate that with the imagination and ability of all of you in the room to be able to create something that is lasting. And therefore, we looked at what is the need of the hour, right? And these are statistics that are available. Arman and the rest of the team through the day will be talking about some of these as well. We understand there is a need for assistive technology globally as well as in India. India specifically in the tier 2, tier 3 cities where there are even more constraints, both financially as well as infrastructure way. What we thought about doing is how do we make technology based on what is needed today and make that part of every day, right? Without you having to think about it differently. It's like electricity or like water. When you wake up, you expect that you will turn on the light and there will be light. You'll turn on the tap and there will be water, right? How can you make technology like that? When you go anywhere, you almost think that Wi-Fi is your human right? So similarly, how do you think of technology and not just for people without disabilities who can afford it, but for people with disabilities as well. And think about them when we're designing it, right? And Steve Jobs said that beautifully when he was designing the first Apple phone. Design is not just how it looks and feels, but how it works. And when you're thinking about how it works, it's not just about designing it for people with disabilities, but how do you start thinking about designing technologies for access, even for iPhone, right? The accessibility feature came in much after the iPhone. What we're hoping to do with all of you in the room and all the startups that we will be talking to over the next 2 days is to think about how do you incorporate designing and technology at the very go and not at a later stage. And if you look at technology, you and I keep hearing about technology being used for the wrong reasons, right? We think about technology used by hackers or technology used by scamsters. When there is so much technology that you can acquire for the right reason, why do we not leverage it for the right reason and just the wrong reason, right? And of course, for people with disabilities, it becomes even more important to make that easier and make things possible. The delta or the gap that they may find, we strongly believe that technology is the leveler and can make that happen. And it will be able to create a future for a lot of people with disabilities that probably did not exist, right? And I'm very happy that Mphasis is part of being able to create this future that did not exist, right? With the startups that are there or the larger ones that are there, and even with the support of larger established organizations like IIITB. I remember we'd done a project with you in IIITB with Professor Sadagopan and team for creating the first voice to sign language app many years ago. We're probably way ahead of our time, right? Even before cloud technology became an everyday part of our existence, for us to be able to scale. So creating technology at scale is what we are really happy about, and we'd love to get your views on what we are doing to be able to create and invent a future for everybody, very inclusive for everybody, for people with disabilities, people without disabilities, without having to worry about what happened yesterday, right? But just thinking about it as the future for everybody. So with that, I'd like to welcome all of you to the session today. We're very proud to partner with NCPEDP and IIIT to be able to create innovative technologies that will help everybody and do that at scale. The request that I probably have of all of you is to not keep this as a best kept secret, right? The AT Hub is for all of us together to come together to bring in assistive technologies. There are multiple people trying to do this globally. But if we are trying to kind of compile and collate this into a single platform, we'd like for you to both talk to people who have technologies that can help to come onto the platform, and once it's there for beneficiaries who can leverage it, to be able to tell them as well. Right? The incubatees who you will be meeting are fantastic as well. We'd love for you to encourage more entrepreneurs like this who can come forward and help. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, any comments, happy to take them.
Next, I invite Mr. Arman Ali, Executive Director at NCPEDP, to share his address.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on and off the dais, friends and colleagues from the sector. At the outset, I must acknowledge the undoubting and huge support from Mphasis from the last more than 1.5 year, 1.5 decade, I think, more than almost two decades that Mphasis has been in partnership with NCPEDP, and this would not have been possible without the Mphasis and right from Meenu to Deepa to Sumit to I mean, we have a long list of names. Whoever has led the initiative with Mphasis has been a huge supporter of disability and inclusion. Just to set the context in place, imagine talking about universal design 16, 17 years from now. I mean, from that, when this is very, now you hear about accessibility and universal design in almost every document that you see. But Mphasis and NCPEDP had the vision to start a universal design award, start coming out with white papers on ministries like railways, on ministry like information technology during that time, and the human resource development, which is the education ministry now, and so on, to come up with white paper to talk about the need of universal design in that era, if I can say. To that, and now when the Supreme Court says that accessibility for people with disability is a fundamental right, and the government of India has to come up with a non-negotiables on accessibility, whether it is transport, whether it is products, services, education, and so on. So we started the Universal Design Award with support from Mphasis, and for the last 15 years, we recognized many individuals, organizations, startups who came up with great innovations to help support people with disabilities. And over the years, we figured that everybody was working in silos, or they were struggling to find a market, or they were able to find a market which was abroad. And irony, when I say market, is because India holds the highest number of people with disability in the world. We have policies which talks about technology. We are one of the great countries to have a super startup ecosystem where we produce unicorns and so on. And that's when we thought that we should have an assistive technology hub wherein we are able to bring all the stakeholders together. And that's how we started the Assistive Technology Hub. And my chairman, Mr. Prateek Gupta, kind of led this initiative. We put up a DPR, and I'm very happy to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Sanjay Tyagi here, who's from Software Technology part of India Ministry of Technology. And we put up this DPR, wherein we want to create this ecosystem of all the solutions which is around accessibility and policies and technologies which will create equal playing field and equity for people with disability when they want to participate in the mainstream society. I must again acknowledge Mphasis to help us set up this virtual assistive technology hub at NCPEDP, which we started last year. And this assistive technology hub, which we are running, and we are able to support more than about 18 startups right now by giving seed grants to them of innovations which is promoting inclusion and accessibility for people with disability, and also to facilitate setting up a physical assistive technology hub. We have STPI here in the room. We have somebody from IIT Madras. We could not have somebody come from IIT Banaras at the last moment, but we are in talks with this academia. We have commitment from organizations like SIDBI to help us set up the first physical hub and so on, plus Ministry of Information Technology and so on. Just to keep spreading more awareness about what we do and not to keep it as best kept secret, advice from my friend Deepa, we decided to come to Bangalore, and usually we just talk about it in Delhi most of the time, but we made this first attempt to talk about assistive technology and the future and the challenges that we have, and who better than IIIT Bangalore to partner with to hold this event. I think some of the things, I want to put in front of you some facts as I speak. All of you know that UPSC results were declared yesterday, and there was about 1,009 selected candidates, which includes 45 persons with benchmark disability, which comprise 12 orthopedic handicap, 8 visually challenged, 16 hearing impaired, and 9 of them with multiple disabilities. All of them have cleared UPSC. Now, if somebody at that level needs to have an equal playing ground, I don't think they can do without an assistive technology. I will give you another figure. NCPEDP is just doing research on status of health of people with disability in Karnataka. So we did a study in rural Bangalore and Tumkur. And we released that report yesterday. It is in the newspaper today as well. So out of the very small number, 355 responded from rural Bangalore, 91% have never used any assistive device. In Tumkur, out of 343 respondents, 93% reported that they have never used any assistive device or any aids. So you look at the vast gap in such a small number. If we talk about a larger number which is running in crores, what would be the numbers that we're talking about? I will also acknowledge my friend Shilpi Kapoor here. We did a study last year to understand. We did this report. The report was called Digital Accessibility Landscape of Financial Sector in India. And the report, not to our surprise, had 91% errors on accessibility. And I can go on and on. And what are the solutions for all this? I think for this, all of us, Social Alpha, Prateek from AssisTech, we Wipro with this Ajim Premji Foundation, with this Tech Mahindra, I think IIIT Bangalore and innovators, I think all of us, need to come together, create a hub where we are not working in silos. We are there are issues which I can go on and on. Affordability is a huge problem with people with disability. Insurance is something which is great, and I was just talking to Dr. Ravinder Singh, who is a senior scientist with ICMR. Talks about the ESIC scheme, which also looks at giving assistive devices to people who come to them who are in the need. But because of this nature of working in silos, we do not have all the information with all of us. So this Assistive Technology Hub, which currently is in a virtual mode, and we are supporting about 18 startups already, and Mphasis is helping us to create the ecosystem, create the environment where we have a physical hub, and there is this one-stop solution for anything that you want to do with assistive technology or universal design or policy on creating accessibility. And that's why we want to bring everybody together in a system that we all are playing our role on an equal basis. And that's what brings us to Bangalore, and under the the leadership and guidance of my chairman, Mr. Prateek Gupta, who comes with years of experience of running the startup ecosystem in India and have been one of the pioneers. And of course, Professor Sadgopan, thank you so much, sir, for helping us do this here and so much. So I'll take a pause here. I'm here today, tomorrow, and happy to learn from everybody. And my only thing that I can offer, that NCPEDP will put all its goodwill on the table when it comes to create this assistive technology hub to bring everybody together so that no person with disability is deprived of a solution that he or she deserves to be an equal citizen in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context and the vision that drives it. Now we are fortunate enough to have Professor A. Sadgopan, sir, amongst us. So I would like to invite him for his address.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Amran, for kind of getting this. It's a very I made a special request to Amit so that we can have a quick introduction, all of you, because I'm amazed, because this is such an area, so diffuse, and you actually need people from various disciplines, various ways of looking at life. I think the biggest contribution, Amran, is you are able to get all of them together. And this is such a specialist area, we don't have too many people. So the fact that you could bring all of them is very good. So I'm glad that you could at least know who are all there. Thank you. And thanks Pradeep for kind of thinking of IIITB, and thanks Amit for hosting it. So what I'm going to do in my 10 minutes is very simple. I'll talk about 4 little stories and then kind of connect those 4 stories. Okay. I think the biggest message I want you to carry across is, this is an area which needs holistic approach to the whole thing. For too long, this area has suffered, and part of the crime was committed by people like me, because we were looking at it purely from a technology point of view. So technology can only go so far. You need many more other things. Let me start with the first story. One day, one professor from Toronto walked into my office. We happened to know each other for 30 years. And he said, Professor Shadagopan, I want you to meet my niece. And then he calls his niece, Vidya comes. And Professor Rao says that, look, Shadagopan, I want to give her admission in IIITB. So I kind of hesitated. I kind of told Professor Rao, you know, Professor Rao, admission to this institute, no director can give. Finally, it is all some number called JE, gate score, etc. And he said, no, I don't want you to do anything special for us. Don't compromise anything. She will bubble up on her own. But you have to admit her. I said, look, anybody can apply. Then I kind of looked at this girl, and this Vidya tells me, sir, I just want to tell you, I am not only blind, I am born blind. And with sufficient amount of enthusiasm, she kind of communicates that to me. I was kind of taken aback, because I was so happy to see her positive attitude. And she said, sir, this country, blind people are not allowed admission in engineering, which I did not know. Okay? And I think many of these laws are made for the right reason, but with a different perspective. Maybe 50 years back the law was made because engineers had to face with a lot of mechanical stuff. They don't want the visually handicapped people to be hurt, so they passed a rule like that. But today 95% of the students do computer science, they don't have to deal with machines. And they can actually do it. Okay? So to cut this story short, so it's very interesting. Within a short next 2 years, again and again, a lot of learning for me. Vidya takes the admission test, she tops the class, taps the badge. She gets in, and I had to do something in parallel, thanks to people like Amit and my colleagues. So we actually did not know that there is a visually impaired student who actually tops the batch of applicants. How do we teach? So we have to kind of do some lot of internal stuff, because how do you teach the class, how do you give her homework, how do you give exams, etc. And we found there is a technology for everything. In fact, most of these things we learned from Vidya. In fact, I was very happy as a director of the institute. I said, look, we are a very accessible campus. Until Vidya told me, sir, you are fairly accessible than most campuses, but your elevators need a small fix, which I did not have. Now our elevators have this, okay? They also speak out, okay? So like that, we learned a lot from Vidya. And before we realized, she graduated. She was the topper in the class. And she got a gold medal. We kind of gave her a small seed grant. She got 50 lakhs funding from Microsoft. Thanks to Amit, she actually has a company called Vision Empower. I think the bottom line is, Vidya proved that what people with disabilities or assistive technology consumers need is an empathy. Unfortunately, we are all trained to give people sympathy. They want to be first-class citizens. They don't want to be second-class citizens. I think that's a big learning for us. Okay, so other thing is interesting that we went up launching 2 products in Bangalore, and Mr. Narayan Murthy was kind enough to do that. One of them is called Netra Sarathi. Other one is ATM for visually impaired. Union Bank of India chairman kind of launched it. So the ATM was kind of relatively easy because we are techies. We actually know how to make an ATM accessible to visually impaired. But the Netra Sarathi was interesting. There is some organization called IBPS which conducts an examination for admission to all the banking services. Few tens of thousands of people take, and here again comes the interesting stuff, how the policy can actually be counterproductive. So if you are visually impaired, you can ask for a scriber. And they don't want the student to get any undue advantage. So somebody in the ministry thought of an interesting rule. A scriber should be a third-class BA, BSc. Because the scriber is very bright, the scriber may actually help the visually impaired in the exam. So the visually impaired may get undue advantage. But you know, it is so hard to find a scriber, because the condition is that you have to find how many are there who are actually third-class BA, BSc, and who are also available in the metro cities. So I used to be the chairman of the NAB, National Association of Blind. My good friend Mohan, we together came up with a solution called Netra Sarathi. We said we can completely get this online examination done for IBPS. So we actually make students do it completely online, and the assistants come from the machine and not from a scriber. So we are so happy. So again, it was kind of done by Mr. Narayan Murthy, IBPS President Bhagchandani was there. So a lot of things happened. Okay? So I'll come back after one more story, where all these stories stop. The last one is, thanks to the Vidya, Nibin was very inspired. Nibin happens to be another visually impaired student. He got admission. And one day he said, sir, I want some small grant from the institute. I said, what is it for? Again, so much learning from our students. I did not know that you can play tennis if you are blind, because there are special balls where you get sound. Using that sound, they can actually guess where the position of the ball is, they can play. And of course, if you take some training, you can actually play tennis. So there's a blind tennis association, there's a blind tennis competition, and Nibin was a topper in India, and he actually wanted some money to travel to Peru where there was a competition. Okay? So it is so nice to see that you no longer talk of taking the person out of, historically in this country, if you are blind, if you are a child born blind, you were confined to a corner, you are almost treated like an animal. So we are very happy that we could knock them away. But the fact that they could create their own game, they could win their own game, such a nice stuff. So we keep supporting him. What is the moral of all the 4 stories? First and foremost, we have lots of policies. I am glad NCPEDP is here, etc. But many of these policies need to be tweaked in the current context. They were all made many years back, many decades back. So we need to take a look at policy very differently. And while we are very happy with Netra Sarathi, it was not followed up. So what happens is, a typical bank manager if a visually impaired person makes it to the bank exam, he or she is given almost quote unquote janitorial job. And one of the students was actually an MSc in mathematics. He is an excellent analytics person. I happened to be there with the chairman, blah, 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 etc. I could connect him. And that person is hitting the analytics in SBI. But for the intervention, it would not have happened. Because you kind of push them to the corner. Okay? So I think we need a larger appreciation at many levels. I think that is where Amran, NCPEDP and all should actually kind of educate many of us. So honestly speaking, Nabin could educate me. But I think educational institute heads must be educated and policy planners must be educated. The CEOs must be educated. There is so much education that you have to do. And next thing is, we do a lot of things in isolation. What actually I'm so happy today is that you have people with diverse perspective coming together. I think we need to document it. And let us not take, I think it was also mentioned by Deepa, I think we take too much of a narrow, siloed solution. We need an integrated solution. Last but not the least, we also need a larger vision. While I am happy that we could have an ATM for the blind inaugurated in Union Bank of India, inaugurated by none other than Narayan Murthy, lot of press coverage, etc., etc. Nothing much happened afterwards. One ATM is not going to solve problem in a country of 1.4 billion people. And it can't be done by one bank alone, it has to be done by the larger society. So how do we? So we should not stop with proof of concept. We need to kind of take them into the mainstream and walk them along and make it into a viable solution. I think what Nibin and Vidya convince us is that these students could be top of the line students, they could be change makers, they could be the tomorrow's Narayan Murthis and Premjis and Sundar Pichais and things like that. But we have to allow them the platform. So we need to do. I think that is where I think the task is cut out. I can go on and on. Like in Bangalore. So just for your information, there is an assistant editor of Deccan Herald. Happens to be an interesting person. And I actually used to kind of get him every semester for the inaugural session of the students. But the simple thing is, I want the student to get the message. And what Subramani will do is, Subramani will go and tell them, he will give a full lecture. And he said, I was a normal child until I was 22. I lost my complete sight at the age of 22. But I live a full life like anyone else. And he would kind of ask, he will tell them, he will almost psych them. Please come home, I'll make tea for you. And one student actually went and Subramani made tea for him. I think that is, okay. So, and we have a Christ University professor, we have Vasu, I think some of you know him. He is a person who checks out Google products for assistive technology. So many people are there. The message must go, and I think it is important, being a country with the largest population, we also are a country with the largest number of people who need assistive technology. I was just telling Prateek, the customers of assistive technology in India alone will be larger than many country population. Okay, so the scale is large, so we need to do it together, and it is never tomorrow. We need to start today. Thank you all, and I will be around. So I think let us kind of learn from each other. There is so much to learn, so much to do. And remember, the bottom line is very simple. We want people who are consumers of assistive technology to be first-rate citizens. And they want empathy and not sympathy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sargovind sir, for such an inspiring word and for emphasizing the importance of a coordinated and collaborative approach. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Jurisdictional Director at Software Technology Parks of India, Bangalore, at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for his address.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Professor S. Sadagopan, who is the founder director of the IIIT Bangalore. Deepta Nagaraj, global head of the Communications Sparkle Innovation Ecosystem, ESG, and the CSR Mphasis. Pradeep Gupta ji, Chairman Cyber Media and the Chairman NCPEDP. Professor Amit Prakash, who is the Professor and the Convener of the IIIT Bangalore. Mr. Arman Ali, who is the Executive Director of the NCPEDP. And champions in the assistive technology in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. It's a proud privilege for me to be here today at this wonderful interaction regarding the assistant technology initiated by the NCP and EDP. It was a very pleasant surprise yesterday evening when our great friend PG have called me and that you have to be there at in the morning at IIIT. And it was an eye-opener when I heard the presentation from Deepa Nagaraj and the amount of the work Mphasis is doing for the assistive technology and supporting the DCP-EDP. That is a great a testimony for all other industry people to come forward and support such an initiative. And this is an inspiration for all of us. And being sitting in the government of India, why not we should also take a lead from this and try to help whatever we can towards the development of this, this ecosystem. STPI have taken a lot of initiative in setting up the Center of Excellences in the country. We are having some 24, 25 Center of Excellences in the country. And these are very domain-specific Center of Excellences. In Bangalore, we have, for example, into the IoT domain, we are having a Center of Excellence in the efficiency augmentation. And another is in the medtech. And believe me, they are into the universal in nature. If anybody who can want to utilize for developing adaptive, any technology pertaining to this particular domain, they can also use this Center of Excellences, these resources. And I would like to invite you all today from this forum that you please come and see those laboratories and the facilities which we have and help us in identifying those startups which can utilize those facilities and to whom we can also assist. Besides the facility and the infrastructure which we have created, we are also providing them seed funding. We are able to provide them up to 25 lakh rupees. And again, it is a universal in nature. Anybody who is into that domain and developing something can be assisted by us. STPI have been for last 35 years in this country and supporting the IT, ITS and ESDM ecosystem. And I'm very proudly say that the Bangalore Karnataka Center is the #1 center for the entire country. And we are contributing 40 to 45% of the total exports from the Karnataka jurisdiction. The 70% of the global capability centers are there in Bangalore. And after seeing that, it was really surprising for me when Mr. Arman Ali said that this is the first time they are coming to the technology capital of India. And I would like to extend my invitation to him now that we also have a facility in Bangalore. And Professor Sadakoppan can vouch, Pradeep can also vouch for us. And next time you do something, please, I would like to be the host for the ECP and EDP to do such type of the event at our premises. Whatever the facility we have and whatever the type of the startups are coming up, they are amazing. And I don't have any doubt, as Deepa said, that 80% of the, especially attention people are there into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And there is a requirement for working more on the assistive technology. We would like to identify this as a domain and probably with the help of our stalwarts like Professor Sadakoppan and Pradeep would like to go to our ministry and try to set up a specific center of excellence in the assistive technology. And if that can happen in Bangalore, nothing like that. So this is a wonderful initiative taken by the NCP and EDP. And to all you champions who belongs to Bangalore, kindly explore the possibilities with us. We would like to extend our all the support to this initiative, and we would like to contribute for development of this ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi. Now I invite Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman of Cyber Media Group and also the Chairman of NCPEDP, to give us an overview of the AT ecosystem in India and how we can enable better finance and market opportunities.
Professor Sadhugopan, Mr. Sanjay Tyagi, friends. I'm taken back almost about 26 years or so. I think it was in 99 that TiE Delhi was formed. And once TiE Delhi was formed, we did call a whole lot of startups at that time, and we said, let's do a discussion on what kind of ecosystem is required. And perhaps, today there are probably about 80 people in this room. In that room, there were about 150 people. Those were the early days of creation of the startup ecosystem. I think there was only one fund which used to be in existence, one VC. And there were hardly any startups. So these were very, very early days. And what has happened in the last 25 years is that now when we do the TiECon, there are about 4,000 to 5,000 people who assemble there. The amount of energy that you see in those rooms is absolutely enormous. The startup Mahakumbh that happened had almost about, I think, 50,000 people coming over the 2 or 3 days when the startup Mahakumbh was there. And a complete transformation has taken place as far as the startup ecosystem is concerned. And I sincerely hope that 25 years from today, I will say the same words about the ecosystem for assistive technology in India. That we will have the same kind of vibrancy which will be there, which we saw in the startup ecosystem when it was getting formed 25 years back. And for that, it is essential that all of you be part of that entire process. Because what has happened in the startup ecosystem could not have happened only because there was one TiE which was there, or one fund which was there, or few startups which were there. The way the entire collaboration took place in terms of whether it was the mentor networks that got created, the angel funds that got created, the seed funds that were there, the government policies that came up, the academia that got involved in the entire thing, the incubator ecosystem that got formed, and sure enough, you see that there is a complete transformation that has happened. So, एक अकेला थक जाएगा मिलकर जोर लगाना, साथ ही हाथ बढ़ाना. That is the kind of a spirit that we need to have here. It is not something that, NCPEDP would love to have very many other assistive technology hubs coming up. Because it is not just that, in that hub, perhaps, over, let's say, a 5-year time period, maybe there'll be 100, 150 companies that we will nurture. But there are many more that are required if we really want to make a difference. So if we have to make a difference, there have to be 10 such AT hubs that have to start coming in all different places. STPI has shown the leadership, started with one center of excellence, and today has 25 center of excellences. And I think there are about 4 of you which are under you. So, the first center of excellence was on electronics, the Electropreneur Park. And then after that, you had so many different kind of centers coming up on medical electronics, on AI, on open systems, etc., etc. So a number of different kind of center of excellences have started coming up, and in those 25 centers alone, there would be roughly about 1,000 companies that would have come up. So therefore, it is, as I said, it is not just enough for one center to be there, but you need lots and lots of different kind of things to be created. And that is why these entire deliberations and what some of the other people who've been thinking along these areas, so you talked about that you have set up an incubator for assistive technology Prateek has been supporting almost about 500, mentoring about 500 different startups in that area. So many more such initiatives are required to actually make that transformation happen. And I think we need to understand and look back as to the experiments that have not worked, to find out what really are the interventions that need to be made. So, you know, Shilpi, earlier in the morning, you were talking about that what did not work. Professor Sadhugopan, you talked about, you know, that there was the app which would convert into sign language, but it did not become a full market. So we must understand where exactly were the hitches that came up on those business, and how exactly we can ensure that perhaps those businesses can become 10x or 100x. And yes, it is a fact that if you look at assistive technology, you will come across a few success cases. You will have, you know, IIT Delhi came up with the cane. You have IIT Madras coming up with the locomotor solutions and so on. There have been things that have been happening, but most of them have remained companies which are doing revenues in single-digit crores at the best. Okay, perhaps it is in artificial limbs area, you know, Jaipur Fort and so on, where the number may be higher, but otherwise it has remained in single-digit crores. And can we take that into 10x or 100x? Can we create a 100 crore company in assistive technology? Because if we do that, then the days of a assistive technology unicorn is not far away. Because as a number of speakers have said, the demand is absolutely enormous in this country, because the largest number of disabled are sitting here in India. And therefore, there is a huge market which is there. We've been talking to various academic institutes for setting up the physical assistive technology hub. While that was being done, we thought that let's work on some startups virtually. And so about 6-8 months back at Trivandrum, we had a pitch session. And out of that, as Arman mentioned, that there are about 18 companies. I think some 75 lakh rupees was given to various startups, and we've been mentoring them virtually, and let's see what kind of changes happen there. In terms of the physical hub, we are also extending it to look at solutions for the senior citizens. Because the moment assistive technologies can actually become technologies which can be mainstreamed, then you find that there is an immediately much larger market which is available. So look at what kind of senior citizen solutions can be there. And yes, indeed, you know, whether it is locomotor disabilities or hearing impairments or visual impairments, they do start coming with advanced age also. So therefore, there would be technology solutions that will be available there. Also trying to look at in the physical hub that we should look at preventive solutions. So that means, can we do things which are prenatal or neonatal, so that, you know, right at the beginning, the disabilities actually do not form. So yeah, there are a number of different kind of things that can be done. And I think, you know, it is great that we are having this deliberation today. And I hope, as I said, let me repeat, that 25 years from today, we should be having 80 Mahakumbh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So now, to close this opening session, we now move into the presentation of a policy paper on the assistive technology landscape in India, developed by NCPEDP. This session will be followed by an open discussion, and we encourage you all to share your valuable thoughts, inputs, and feedback. Presenting the paper, we have Mr. Avinav Kumar, Social Development Consultant, and Dr. Shweta Sharma, Public Health Consultant, who is joining us virtually. So I would request Avinav and Dr. Shweta to take it forward.
While this is being put up, let me also acknowledge the presence of Dr. Renuka and Priyanka. They are signing for us here, especially those who are comfortable with sign language. Thank you very much for joining us today. And there's also this solution that Deep Vision Tech has developed, which is here on the screen on the left-hand side, which is also a speech-to-text version for those who are deaf and hard of hearing. Sorry, over to you.
Morning. So before I really get into the presentation, let me just give you a brief background of where it is all coming from. And probably Arman, at some point of time, I would also request you to pitch in and contribute at some point of time. So when the whole idea of AT Hub, the virtual hub first, followed by a physical hub started in our discussion with NCPEDP, as I understood, there was this deep recognition, and I'm glad that every one of the speakers has really emphasized that anything like this needs a lot of heads, hands, and hearts to come together. Without that, it is not really possible. And that's the spirit in which what I'm presenting on behalf of the team which is helping or which is working with NCPEDP to contribute towards building this policy ask or the operational ask is really placed. So as a matter of fact, what I'm presenting here, along with my colleague Dr. Shweta Sharma, who is virtually joining us, is something which is still the beginning of the narration. And it is only going to be enriched, deepened, when we take into account the views, the diversity of the perspectives, the diversity of the experience that not only remains in this room, but also goes beyond that. So as a follow-up process, the NCPEDP team would also be circulating this paper, the draft paper, before a couple of months down the line before it is going to be finalized. And I would request that please, not only in this room in the limited time that we would have post the presentation, enrich and critique it, but also when the paper gets circulated, please contribute, critique, add on to it, and enrich the whole process so that what comes out finally is not just an ask or a policy paper from NCPEDP, but it has the element of the head, heart, and hands of many of us. And that then becomes the ask that we take out to a large and a diverse set of stakeholders. So that's where it is placed. So I'll just begin with where this is flowing from. And probably I'm not going to read out what it is there, but this is a vision which in my interaction, my colleagues have been hearing from Arman, and I think it's a reflection of what and where it is this effort is also placed. So a society where every person with a disability, disabling condition, or age-related limitation has equitable access to affordable, appropriate, and up-to-date assistive technology. So that's how we, while we were contributing towards developing this document, really understood it, imbibed it, and kind of worked on it. A lot of it has already come in, but I'm just kind of building the perspective with some statistics, some top-line statistics that are there. 2.5 billion, we all know it's the number of people who globally need AT today. And if we go probably 5 years down the line, this is how the numbers are going to be. 2050, 3.5 billion is the expected number of people that are going to need assistive technology. Now, 3% as compared to these billions are the number of people who have access in low and middle income countries. And 90% as compared to this 3%, and that's where the equity gap probably is reflected so sharply, is really on the face, is the number of people having access in high income countries. And that's the bridge probably what the ask or the efforts that are geared towards this ask is going to also kind of talk about bridging. And it also makes a lot of economic sense because 7% is the estimated GDP loss because of excluding persons with disability according to the World Economic Forum. And that's just the top line statistics. If you kind of make it more micro to a country like India, this statistic would be much higher, if I may say. These are the challenges. I'm not really going to emphasize or read out everything, but we all understood and we all understand, and these are the issues which are really glaring at our face, whether it is the school enrollment challenges, whether it is the gender disparity that remains, whether it is the infrastructure and resource deficits that are there vis-a-vis education and vis-a-vis other aspects as well. Some very interesting, I believe some of the speakers also touched upon it a little earlier. When we look at the gender barriers specifically, girls with disabilities are 20% less likely to compete primary school levels, and and these are some of the aspects which in the larger narration often get missed out. So we need to go a lot granular, we need to go a little more under the surface, and that's where this whole narration is also going to be placed. What about older women who are underrepresented in AT access? And women caregivers who face hidden opportunity loss because of a lack of access to assistive technology. So these are some of the aspects which the document is going to touch upon and cover, and along with many others. But now the policy and budget constraints, we all know that there has been a budget for disability welfare which has decreased over the past 5 years from 1,325 crores to 1,275 crores to where it stands now. AT allocations has remained stagnant at around 0.025%, high underutilization rates, and there have been scheme cuts as well. And one thing which has really been bothering a lot of us is the fragmented policy landscape, where each issue is looked into silos, each issue is looked into differently, and there is no or largely no integration of universal design principles in city planning and public transportation and many other areas that we talk about. So some of the aspects which this document is really going to talk about and ask is also related to these. The digital divide, symbolic inclusion versus the systemic change, and compliance versus accountability. What are the monitoring mechanisms to really ensure that the enforcements are happening in the way that they should be? And are there enough interdepartmental, interministerial convergence that are happening and are taking place to ensure that we do have a proper system in place? So these are the constraints and gaps that we also visualize and see, which this document is going to elaborate or has elaborated in a little more detail. And before I come to the India's AT ecosystem, and again it's like preaching to the choir, but nevertheless to kind of set the context, I will be touching upon. Arman, you want to come in now? Yes. Since we have taken a pause and Arman pointed a very important thing to me. Thank you, Arman. Shweta, you want to come in now and add something before I move into my colleague Shweta, who has joined online? Would you want to come in?
No, I think we're going at the in the right direction. So as you just said that we have taken to task, to as briefly as possible to talk about the India's AT ecosystem. And over to you, Avana. Now, would you go ahead with this slide now?
Thank you. Thank you, Shweta. So when we talk about India's AT ecosystem, we will talk about institutional infrastructure and manufacturing first. And we have some of the names that are there, whether it is ALIMCO, who is the manufacturer of affordable mobility aids, or whether it is NCPEDP at IIT Delhi, which is the R&D hub to bridge innovation, testing and delivery of AT, whether it is the MedTech zones, AMTS, TZ, specialized manufacturing parks supporting indigenous AT device production and prototyping. So that kind of broadly, and many other institutions that kind of broadly talk about institutional infrastructure and manufacturing context. We have product provisioning and service schemes, whether it is the ADIP scheme since 1981, the Atal Vayo Abhyudaya Yojana, which targets senior citizens providing mobility aids and health products, whether it is a national program for health care of the elderly, which integrates AT into primary and secondary care settings for the elderly. We have the knowledge generation and needs estimation specialized agency, which includes the rapid assistive technology assessment, which found that around 25% of surveyed individuals had unmet AT needs. We have the national list of essential assistive products, which was created by ICMR to guide public sector AT provisioning, first step towards evidence-based planning. And policy anchors, of course, the RPWD Act of 2016, which mandates AT access in education, employment, transport, communication, and digital inclusion, and which triggered reforms which include use of Braille in AAC and AAC in schools, universal design in public transport, and accessibility in consumer electronics. But a long distance, as we all know, is yet to be really covered. So the document is also going to speak about these aspects. The innovation and startup support includes TIDE, SISFS, and Social Alpha's 80 Innovation Challenges, among many others. We have the grants research, industry dissemination, which encourages cross-sector collaboration and scaling up affordable AT solutions. And when we look at the markets and innovations, and this has been also talked about, that India imports around 90% of all AT devices to the last statistics available. 67.4, that's, and the statistics I'm sure would be a little more than that if we really go on the ground, self-finance their assistive technology needs. And affordability is among the top barriers when it comes to appropriate assistive technology that is there. There's limited R&D, high cost, raw material shortages, and fragmented market is what we are dealing with right now. None of this is maybe new for a lot of you, but when we are targeting a lot of audience beyond these rooms, I think these statistics also make a lot of sense for them to really look at. And of course, lastly, there is no national policy on assistive technology yet in India. A lot of conversation is happening, but I'm sure that something will happen. But as of now, as we speak today, that's not there. Financing and market building, as I said earlier, and many of you also have spoken, that India's AT market is valued at around 2.4 billion in 2024 and projected to reach around 3.5 billion in another 10 years or so. And it is estimated that around every dollar or rupee, howsoever you want to say it, investor on AT gives a return of almost 9 to 10 times, and in terms of enhanced productivity, health, and inclusion. And it's a clear case of any investments yielding much higher returns at the largest or at the meta level. And startups and innovators need support with access to credit, grants, and mentorship. Blended finance model, which is mixing grants, venture capital, and government funding. CSR partnerships and philanthropy, which can really pitch in with to be as vital partners, collaborators, and allies in the whole process. And public finance, which should leverage flagship schemes like PMJAY, SIPDA, etc. These are also some of the ideas on which the document or the ask really talks about in terms of mobilizing private capital through social impact bonds, family offices, and venture philanthropies, international development finance to be tapped in, and de-risk innovation through blended finance, especially in early stage supports for startups. Demonstrate the market opportunity. Demand spans a wide sector going beyond just the persons with disability, whether it is the elderly and those with temporary impairments also are a part of the larger market that AT can really look at. Aggregate demand to help manufacturers scale up and reduce prices. And that's one area which the innovators, the startups are really struggling with as to having the market access. And that's where probably at the end we'll also speak about where the role of institutions like NCPEDP also come in very, very effectively and handy. There are other aspects on which the ask is going to speak about, whether it is a GST relief or cost-sharing schemes for employers investing in AT for inclusion. And making use of public procurement policies to prioritize indigenously, domestically made AT devices rather than the ones that come from outside. Some of the key challenges and then some of the key possibilities, and then I'll conclude with another statistic. The key challenges, as we see, the data challenge. I mean, where is the data that is authentic, which covers the reality as it is existing on the ground across the country? I think there is, that's one of the biggest gap that does exist for the whole disability sector, not just assistive devices, but the whole disability sector. There are various programs which include provisions, but lack of disaggregated data makes it almost impossible to develop right intervention. And you have to be nuanced, you have to be granulated. A solution which kind of is generic in nature is not really going to work. And after that, you have to really track the delivery and progress as to what worked and what needs to change. So all of that data infrastructure, that approach is completely missing. Also on the comprehensive market size and growth trajectory, because when we look at it from the business perspective, these are the statistics which become very handy in terms of how do you develop and incubate your business. So, and that's something which is completely missing. There's no authentic data on what is the latent demand that also exists in the market. The second aspect among the key challenges is that we also need an ecosystem for service delivery. There are various segments in the value chains which needs a lot of integration and coordination among each other, whether it is from prescription, fitting, training, and post-purchase of the repair and maintenance aspect. And that's an infrastructure which is completely also missing when we look at the scale at which we are talking about. It is not really going to be concentrated in certain urban locations or the peri-urban locations, but we are talking about a much larger scale. There is no robust distribution. So we all know that. I mean, peri-urban and rural areas, it is a great challenge to really find any kind of distribution system that is existing. And underdeveloped distribution network hampering scaling and innovations. There are many innovations which are limited to the laboratory, which are limited to the educational institutions, and the market viability of many of the startups cease to be viable because of these factors, because of these gaps that we visualize. Now, these are some of the key possibilities which the paper is going to advocate about, and I'm going to go through each one of them briefly. And see, India's AT ecosystem is still nascent, and we have to recognize that startups would often face funding and scale-up challenges, and we have to look at it in that perspective with capital and mentorship really built accordingly so that they can compete globally. The market penetration and infrastructure for distribution, as I said earlier, is very limited for AT products in India, affecting the ability of startups to scale domestically as well as internationally. And building with the foundation of 5P model, the AT sector will thrive only if we have an integrated system which looks at various dimensions. Policies that can facilitate product development and production through incentives, R&D and manufacturing clusters, and generate demand through integrated AT provisions with primary healthcare, rehabilitation services, education and community-based programs. Because the whole realization that there is a possibility of demand and there is a possibility of having this access, that also is something of a gap which needs to be really bridged and filled. Reskilling and retooling of frontline workers, whether it is the A&M, whether it is the ASHAs, they can be the first point of contact when it is coming to advise or even minor repair and maintenance, fitting, etc. And improving targeting and other operation and maintenance support to the users is something which they can really look at very directly and critically. There is also a possibility of creating a repair, maintenance and service ecosystem beyond that, just goes beyond the devices alone, that can generate not only more jobs, but more, I would say, satisfied customers who are using it at as the end user. And equally important is to focus on awareness and knowledge building. One of you was speaking about it very emphatically, that this is a key gap. Data systems to target, track and plan and learn from global experiences are also largely, if we see, are missing or are confined to very specialized silos as we have been speaking about since morning. As I said, the key possibilities also include integration with health systems. We embedded AT in flagship schemes. The 3 levels of AT delivery under universal access and universal healthcare, level 1, level 2, level 3, which kind of graduate from simple levels like walking sticks, reading glasses to complex AT, specialized rehabilitation and referral facilities. Train the frontline health workers because they're already in touch, they have the on-ground knowledge, they are there on the forefront. So that's one aspect which we can really kind of leverage upon. Pilot and scale integrated AT models, whether to implement it in diverse geographies, link it to hospitals or rehabilitation centers, and strengthen system linkages that connect AT to early intervention, CBR, rehab services, and social protection. Policy tweaks, you also spoke about it, and the paper is also going to elaborate upon it. Reduce the IP barrier, cut tariffs or GST on raw materials, although we are living in an age of enhancing tariffs, but there's something which we are advocating very strongly. Fast track approvals, I mean, when it comes to various aspects of the enterprise, and promote India global firm collaboration. Financial incentives, low interest loans, tax breaks, grants for startups, subsidies for small and medium enterprises, and scale via aggregation, which includes manufacturing clusters, pooled procurements, public procurement preferences, vouchers or subsidies for users, and SHG as distribution channels, because there has been a kind of a SHG revolution, self-help group revolution across the country through various government schemes. Can we leverage on that? And lastly, the quality and technical capacity, where we talk about national standards for safety and quality, trained technicians, engineers, and health workers. Lastly, the financing challenges. The sector needs a mix of funding, diverse funding, as I said, public, private, philanthropic, international funding coming together. A diverse financing tool, which includes concessional finance, communicating the sector value, angel investment, technical assistant, and impact investors. Engage with CSR, family office, philanthropists, this is something which I said earlier, and demonstrate regulatory pathways, real-world adoption. Public finance and coordination, disability budgets are largely stagnant. We know and we are aware of that. So aspects like joint planning, results tracking, and stimulate private sector momentum is something which we are going to advocate about. In all of this, NCPEDP has its own contribution to make, its own role to play, and it is very uniquely placed to facilitate the development of affordable, accessible, and quality AT, because NCPEDP as an institution, and Arman, you will be able to speak more about it, but what I hear from you and from the system is these are some of the aspects which we are uniquely placed to offer. Cross-disability focus, a network that can give the critical user experience, that an innovator or a startup wants to take it out and test it out in various community contexts, in various disability contexts, whether there is a one-stop place which can take it to various corners of this country. NCPEDP can play that role. And advocacy for a more enabling policy framework, which we have been always doing and are best poised to do. And I'll just end up with this number and probably pause and ask that what this number symbolizes. Any guesses? Just a couple of. It's 6,49,481. Any guesses what this number represents? Sorry? No, it is not the number of PWDs registered. One more response and then I'll reveal what this number represents. No, it's not the startup registered. It's according to the 2011 census, the total number of villages in this country. And when we are visioning or when we are envisioning the AT to be accessible, affordable for all the persons with disability, this is the landscape, the 6,49,481 villages to where our intervention needs to reach. So I'll conclude with this. We open for some discussion, but as I said, the NCPEDP team would be sending across this draft paper to all of you and beyond to get your valuable inputs, experiences, and perspectives, so that what comes out finally a month down the line is very enriched, is more deep, and is really contributed by all of us, and it's co-owned. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Shweta, you want to add something?
Avinav, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I hope everybody has got an idea that how much hard work and has gone in by the team here to bring together a document that that talks about, you know, the crux, that is WHO proposes the entire policy framework or the entire ecosystem for assistive technology. It is based on 5 P's, and the P that anchors all the other 4 P's is people. So the very first step is to understand that who are the people, who are the users of ATs. And very rightfully, I was seeing right from the beginning, the inaugural addresses, where the experts and the seniors have put forward that the seniors, the aging population is one of the groups that was very less understood, but now definitely, that understanding is growing. Also children, and there are beyond the users who use assistive products and services for a long time. There are many of those, I'm sure, sitting in the room. You all must have used one or the other assistive technology at some point of time in your life. And that is what the range of users is. So what we request is that when you have a look at the document, keep in mind, that's the group, that wide range that has to be catered to. Over to you, Avinav.
Thank you. Do we have time to take a few inputs right here which are at the top of the mind, and then probably anyways the paper is getting circulated? Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Avinav, and Shweta, thank you for a very comprehensive work done, and thank you for presenting it here. I do look forward to reading the full report. I just had one input in terms of the AT ecosystem, and this is particularly so because we are looking at the disability sector, and disability sector is known for its contribution to the creation process, or generally the slogan of nothing without us, nothing about us without us. And what I have experienced, and some of the work that we do here, is looking at persons with disabilities only as consumers and users is also probably one of the concerns that the current AT ecosystem has. We need to look at them as producers. We need to get more and more persons with disabilities into the AT production space rather than only concentrating the AT efforts at PWDs as a consumer. So I guess that is something I don't know if you have already looked at how many such persons are there, how many such entrepreneurs are there, but I feel that AT ecosystem, generally technology ecosystem, will benefit if we make it a bit more decentralized.
Thank you. I think we need to pronounce it to the maximum level possible, and we'll do that in the paper as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of points. So, I think when we are making this report, it is, in my opinion, the first initial stat slides looks like a hard sell. You're talking about 2.5 billion people needing 80 out of an overall population of 7.5 billion in the world. You're talking about 1/3. WHO stat says 15%. Right? So I think there must be some congruence with what is accepted world data. And otherwise people will not take this report seriously. That's my fear. Right? One was about how many people in India require AT, how many worldwide require AT, and what's the size of the market? $3.5 billion, $2.5 billion. All AT products in the world put together today does not do $2.5 billion. Right? So we have to have some semblance of numbers there which lend credibility rather than people saying it is just being told to make a case for it. There is a case, but I think we should do it with reasonable numbers. Second is we're talking about AT framework of policy right now. I think we should be more broad-based and make it inclusion and AT framework, because you did put up little part there which said that without built-in infrastructure, AT is not useful, which is true. Today when everybody speaks of AT, everybody speaks about personal devices. Nobody ever looks at built-in infrastructure. So the policy framework should not only be for devices, it should be for built-in infrastructure and devices put together, and so we'll have to name it accordingly. Sure. Third part is all your possibilities and solutions look at everything downstream from where there is an entrepreneur in place, or there's a product idea in place, and so on and so forth, or somebody's working on the product. It completely misses on how to engender and nurture the fountainhead of innovations that is needed for the AT sector. 75% of all the ventures that start in AT come from colleges. They're college projects that come out to become commercial products. Right? I see nowhere an effort to say, how do we nurture that fountainhead? Can we say, for example, you did say you're trying to look at some 80 labs. Can all IITs and NITs perforce have an 80 lab? I know of a engineering college for about 15 years near Visakhapatnam that has an 80 lab called BVRIT. None of the IITs have. Now, how do you engender any kind of innovation in 80 if you don't have a lab, you don't have faculty that is looking at this area? And if you don't have a large number of people looking at innovations for disability, you not have a sustainable ecosystem of startups for that space.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sayamdev Mukherjee here. Yeah. So, just a couple of thoughts came in my mind when I was listening to you, sir. That is, over next 1 year, 1.5 years, we are getting into multiple trade deals with, primarily with USA, then European Union, then England, United Kingdom. So how can we integrate assistive solutions into the trade deals that are there? Because by working with the startups, I say huge, and also going to the international audiences, I say huge market where AT is not available in the global south. And there, how can we make sure that all these trade deals that are happening now, in the negotiation stage at this point in time, how can we tap those trade deals and put the AT in the context that would have two advantages? One, it would mainstream AT as a business skill, and it would help the first unicorn to come up to take forward. Third is the removal of the taxes or import duties, which hampers and the pricing of the AT country to country. That would get removed. These are the three advantages that we can have if we can integrate AT in all the trade deals that are being negotiated at this point in time.
Thank you.
Yeah. So hi, good morning everybody. My name is Ankit Jindal. So great presentation. Just a few comments. Firstly, I want to really acknowledge Professor Amit Prakash when he talked about including people with disability in the development ecosystem. I think that's a very, very valid point. I can vouch for myself, and I know of other people with disabilities who've tried creating some solutions, and the challenges that we personally, the stigmas that we had from a investor community to raise funds for, productization has been extremely challenging, right? I think the second contributor talked about a lot of your presentation focused on the ecosystem or the startup world. I think what we've completely missed out is the power of open sourcing, and how do we really use that open sourcing as a disruptive force in India's ecosystem. If I give you an example, JAWS existed for much longer, but only when NVDA came in, which is an open source screen reader, the whole assistive product or screen reading scene disrupted, and we saw penetration right at the grassroots level, right? If it was a free, it was a paid commercial software, which is a great software, but it was very difficult, it was still very expensive. And there, from my experience, there will always be a disconnect between the payers and the users. As in India, the users may not necessarily always be the payers. And that is where the commercial models, a lot of startup face challenge. The CSR ecosystem, maybe the Schedule 7, maybe that's a policy intervention that we need to kind of influence this. There has to be a specific mention for product development for assistive products. They say startups, but then sometimes in the development when you want to do open sourcing, those things get completely missed out. In my discussion with Dr. Ravinder Singh also in ICMR, we've also discussed, when I was first diagnosed with my disability, who's my first point of contact for support? It's the doctor. And I'll tell you, even after 15 to 20 years of my diagnosis, whenever I went and saw an ophthalmologist, they had no idea about assistive products, what kind of solutions that exist, or how can I rehabilitate myself. All that they had to say was, sorry, sorry, you have a system or a condition where you'll not be able to see in the future. But what next? There was no solution. So I think we need to kind of think on a lot more comprehensively about it. I think your paper, if you want to title it around, okay, the ecosystem or the startup, it's great. But I think a lot more challenges talking specifically from a user centricity, open sourcing, and many others. I think those things can be incorporated. And we'll be happy to kind of work with you on this later.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, my name is Deshpande, representing Samarthanam Trust. I really appreciate the paper presented today. It's very, sounds very comprehensive. Having said that, I have a couple of thoughts. I don't know whether it is, addressed or I missed it out. Number one thought which is coming in my mind is how can we encourage people with disabilities who are successful entrepreneurs in the space of assistive technology. If it is included, that's fine. If not included, I think, better to look at it is point number one. Point number two, how can we address the needs of parents with severe and profound disability? If you look at our disability population, within the disability population, approximately about 2% of severe and profound disabilities. How can we address their needs in the policy paper?
Okay.
This is point number two. Yes, thank you. If I get anything, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can I ask just one more point?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Jayasudan. I would like to highlight 2 or 3 points. First of all, thanks a lot for the paper. I believe it's comprehensive. It's okay now? Cool. Sorry about that. So thanks a lot for the paper. It seems very comprehensive. As an AssisTech founder, I would like to highlight a couple of points. Point number one is data availability. I believe you highlighted that. Because we're working for deaf, hard of hearing, and speech impaired community. From that perspective, we don't have any data on how many hearing impaired users need sign language or use sign language, right? Or speech impaired people, how many of them use or need sign language. Right. That kind of double clicking on the data to figure out what exactly is the market size for us, etc., is definitely a bigger challenge right now. So that I believe that definitely should be addressed. Second, from a perspective of building AT solution using the latest AI tech, it's very expensive. And we were fortunate to receive TIDE grant and Karnataka government's Elevate grant, and of course seed funding from STPA as well. But all these were not enough to convert our prototype to MVP to actual products. To some extent, yes, up till MVP it helped, but beyond that, right, after we converted to a product, now selling that becomes really difficult, of course, as you know. And we are totally dependent, at least as of now, on CSR grants. This is totally not sustainable, right? So which obviously means that when we talk about AT solutions to corporates who have people with disabilities, they always, or most of them, start by saying, oh, you're looking for CSR grants, right? So the mentality is that any company who's working for people with disabilities are only looking for grants and CSR funds. We're not looking for that. We're looking for you to spend from your D&I budget that you have for people with disabilities working in your organizations. That is a big mindset change for them, and I believe that's what is going to help 80 companies like us sustain for a long time. Otherwise, we can't depend forever on CSR grants and other grants and make the solutions available for the people with disabilities, right? I think that's point number 2. And then point number 3, I believe Ankit clearly pointed out, open sourcing the tech. Right. From a deaf solutions point of view, as of now, if you see all the automated sign interpretation solutions use avatar tech. that is not standardized across yet. If you look at VI solutions, Braille or PDF accessible, PDF, etc., there is a format that any 80 company working for VI people can follow that format. So it's open, right? But for deaf solutions like avatar and what format of animations to, etc., is not standardized across the platform. Yeah, so I believe standardizing that would help more companies working for deaf community to sort of build solutions based on that standardization, and also collaboration will improve is what I believe. But yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, thank you. We have somebody from here, and I've been indicated that we'll need to wrap it within 2 minutes. So we'll take this point and then probably conclude this part of the session. But as I said, there is going to be a lot of opportunity to really be as exhaustive in your inputs and comments. That will help us to really put it together better.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. So, thanks for this, very well put, and I completely resonate with the inputs which are given here. One thing I want to add is, from my experience, like our solution requires the help of ASHA workers, but whenever we go and pitch to the government leaders and the commissioners, the immediate response would be, no, they're already stressed out, we are not involving them again. So, but again, from the ground experience, I see the NGOs replicating the same work of ASHA workers. So somewhere the system has to come together where like the work gets delegated and the AT also would be given an equal response to adapt. Yeah, that's what.
Thank you. Just to add to that, and I'll conclude with that, you're absolutely right, but there are precedences in this country where not with respect to disability, but on aspects of nutrition, where ASHAs and ANMs have been trained on community-based approaches, which goes beyond their immediate work brief to really take on intervention. So that window is there, and how hard are we knocking it, and how well we are going to convert it is something which, so it's not that there is no precedence. There are precedents in different contexts of these frontline workers delivering something which is not a part of their regular job description, and that too at scale. The state governments adopting it, the state governments kind of implementing it at scale across thousands of villages. So if you're interested, we can have a conversation later. Thank you so much, and very valuable inputs, and I'm sure more will come. So over to you, Divya. And thank you, Shweta, for a patience listening.
Thank you, everyone. So now I would invite Ms. Shilpi Kapoor, founder of BarrierBreak, as a moderator for the first panel discussion on bridging gaps in the AT ecosystem, innovation, funding, scaling, and accessibility. So now we have the panelists as Mr. Prateek Madhav, co-founder and CEO, AssisTech Foundation; Dr. Meenu Bhambhani, Vice President, Head of Corporate Citizenship and Inclusion and Diversity, State Street; Dr. Ravinder Singh, Senior Scientist, ICMR; Mr. Sivakumar, Deputy Manager Marketing, ALIMCO; and Mr. Hunny Bhagchandani, Founder, TorchIt Electronics Private Limited, who will be joining us virtually. So over to you, Ms. Shilpi.
Good afternoon, everybody. I guess the tea and coffee was really good and the conversation was even better. How many of you liked meeting the people and talking to the people outside? Yeah? Okay, so we'll get you back there at lunchtime, but for now, let's talk to these amazing people out here. So I'm going to set the stage a little. So I was given this topic by Arman, and I was given this list of amazing people. Can we also have Hunny on the Zoom, please? Fabulous.
And I'm going to take cue from Professor Sadagopan and start with a few stories to set the stage. So the topic we're going to talk about is very dear to my heart. I'll tell you why. Bridging gaps in the AT ecosystem, innovations, funding, scaling, and accessibility. So those of you who know me a little, I founded a company called BarrierBreak about 24 years back. Started to import assistive technology into India and started to sell that. Let me tell you, 15 years later, I shut that division down after making a huge number of losses. So that was story one. Story two, it took a lot of advocacy and bringing people and communities together. And we launched a conference called TechShare India, where I met so many of you all, including somebody who told me that he launched his Braille cells and Braille product at TechShare. So it takes community. To Professor's point, PG's point, it takes a lot of different players within the ecosystem to come together. From a funding perspective, I got funded by a group called Avishkar, which is a social impact fund. Very patient capital, but I needed a lot more than that, and perseverance and grit. To today, where my company is profitable, not in the single digits, PG, in the double and triple digits, making great profits, and can prove that you can take technology from India and take it globally. Last but not the least, on the AT side, we were the first sign language relay service called Sign and Talk, which was launched right in 2011. Today, at that point, we couldn't make it viable. And today there's another organization, a couple actually, like Signable, etc., who are trying to do the same thing in today's day and age. So the reason I'm saying that is sometimes you might be too early in your technology journey, and sometimes it takes somebody else to come back, take that same technology and maybe innovate it. Or maybe the times are better, maybe the market is better, maybe the place is better. And I think to talk to all of that, I have some amazing people out here, some I know very, very well. Respect, and I think going to argue a little bit on this stage, if that's okay with Arman, to basically get a conversation going. People with very, very different things out here. So I'm going to first ask each of them one single question, which will set the stage about what they do, and then we'll start talking a little, right? And hopefully leave us some time for Q&A. So I'm actually going to start with, Prateek, you, right? When I met you the first time, you were all set to bring startup money funding into the AT world, and that was your biggest passion. How's the journey been till now, and what do you do? So I think the first stage is just for everybody to get to know you all like I know you, so that we can then get into a conversation.
Well, thank you very much, and huge credit to you for probably starting this ecosystem. Again, thank you for the invitation. I'd like to probably share by taking PG's point that if we took 25 years to develop a startup ecosystem from 99 to 2000 to here, given the intellectual capital and the work which all of us are doing in this room, let's probably promise PG that we won't take another 25 years to create this ecosystem. We'll do it far better, faster, cheaper, and build this ecosystem in next 5 to 10 years. We wouldn't take 25 years. So I think let's promise him that the ecosystem which existed, which never existed 10, 15 years back. Now, from a journey perspective, when we started talking about innovations technology in assistive technology, I can tell you we could hire a 8-10 chair conference room, and that was the ecosystem. I mean, today we're talking about 500 innovators and startups in assistive technology in India. So I think we should do a big round of applause for all of us that whatever innovation was not happening, whenever we talk about our lives, we talked about the whole new contemporary tech of AI, ML, AR, VR helping us. The way we are eating is different. The way we are watching content is different. The way we are banking is different. But then when we think about people with disabilities, we start living in 14th century, and that's not accepted. Yeah. Hence, we are on a journey to change the narrative. We have 500 network startups whom we work with. Our portfolio is 54 startups. Some of you will see the startups here and meet some of them here as well. But our 54 startups have raised 100 crores. They have 120 products, 49 patents. They're not just present in India, but they're present in 25 countries. And I think while I sound so much, this is just the beginning. Yeah. Our initial program was a Catalyst program, which we started mentoring, innovators in. I think our point of view has been that given the growth of startup ecosystem, we only had 400 startups, registered startup in India. I'm not talking about assistive technology, I'm saying any startup in 2014. Can you guys guess how many registered startup today in India? Yeah, so 1.7 lakhs. So 400 to 1.7 lakh, that's the growth of ecosystem. Yeah, there are 110 unicorns. I know PG, you touched on unicorns. But today we have an opportunity that we will build the first unicorn in assistive technology from India. And that unicorn may not be only the money unicorn, but also a unicorn which the numbers are projected, which will impact 1 billion people. How is that for impact, right? A lot needs to be done. While 0 to 1 has been figured out today, I believe that anybody who has an innovation in assistive technology can get initial funding. There are several programs across the country. Some of us also give funding. Arman, I know you mentioned that you've given around 75 lakhs as well. More is available, but where the challenge is not from 0 to 1. The problem is how do you take from X to 10X? And that's where the scale has to come. And when we're talking about scale, it's not just scale in terms of innovation and technology, it's the scale in terms of the market, scale in terms of distribution, scale in terms of maintenance and support as well. And that ecosystem is something which needs to exist. We also are running a lot of market access program. We're working with the United Nations. We're working with also something exciting I want to share with you guys, that we, along with setting up ATF in India, we also set up a global alliance called PlusN. And through that, while we are talking about 500 startups innovators in India, we are talking about 1,200 startups across the globe. And I think that's the value, that's the technology innovation which we should leverage as well. I know a lot of dialogue is on the investment, not just in innovation, but I am here to tell you very confidently that money is available. Money is available, world is prepared. Are we prepared enough or not? Are our story tight? Are products scalable? Are we proving to the ground that these products are real? Have we figured out distribution models? And if we solve some of those problems and prepare ourselves, and we are saying it's ourselves, which means this is the ecosystem, and thanks to NCPEDP for bringing this ecosystem together, I can tell you we will solve not just the problem which exists in India, but probably become a hub in that sense for the world. But that's the dream when all of us are coming together. So I'll give it back to you.
Thank you so much. I think that takes me to Meenu. Many years of seeing you do some great work. Love to hear what your journey is like really quickly so we can go through everyone. Thank you.
I think I feel very, very tiny here when I hear Prateek speak about his journey from 2014 to now, or what Shilpi has been able to achieve. And I think I am here on this stage because I think I experimented and I was able to convince the leadership back in 2009 to start looking at disability inclusion first of all, and how do we build ecosystem which involves technology to start investing in that, and convincing people that you will fail, but we have to take risks because otherwise we are not going to learn. And from there, initiating a seed with something like Kickstart Cabs to looking at so many startups in that space, and initiating NCPEDP Mphasis Universal Design Awards, which continues to exist and acknowledge 80 interventions, assistive tech interventions created by so many startups, passionate people across India. I think that is where I am here today to share some of those journeys, some of those experiences, some of the challenges that we faced in executing those, where we had to be very patient for many years, and yet they failed. So, and some of the challenges from the ecosystem perspective continue to remain. That is why I'm here.
Thank you, Meenu. If anybody hasn't realized it, to ensure CSR was going to disability organizations which were beyond non-profit, I would vouch for her, for the person setting the tone for all of us. So next, we've got Dr. Ravinder, ICMR, and so would love to hear your journey into assistive technology briefly before we talk in depth about what you're doing.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address the great audiences here. So I'll say that my entry into this field was not by choice, but by chance. In ICMR, we have a different, specialty in which we work. So I was happily looking after mental health, but then the person who was looking after disability, she retired, and my boss asked me, would you like to take it up? So that is how I came into first to start with disability, then expanded into rehabilitation, and then took up the assistive technology when I came in contact with WHO. So that is how we started, and then 2017 we organized the first regional stakeholder workshop from Southeast Asian countries, and developed the first document which laid down a little bit about how to go ahead with assistive technology. So we were not very actually confident about it, and then 2019 when we went to WHO and attended the great consultation, and that was the second step. And then we also started working on APL list of India. So that was in 2020, where around 383 products we listed there. But because of the COVID, it could not be taken up. So then 2022, we came out with the first list of 21 essential assistive products, which we thought would be useful for a large number of people with greater impact and which are cost effective. So it's there now. Around that NLEAP document, we have created the standards. It's a huge book, around 2,000 pages book, which has all the standards, global standards. We have tried to, actually this is made by the Bureau of Indian Standards, and ensured that none of the standard is compromised anyway. Because there were lot of groups which were actually intervening, and the product had some compromises in India. So that is how we started, and then also we created National Center for Assistive Technology at IIT Delhi, AIMS Delhi, NIST, and IIT Madras.
So a lot of work over the last couple of years, from somebody who knew nothing about AT or disability to, but I'd love to ask the group here, how many of you knew about this list that Dr. Ravinder is talking about, right? Now, if you see the number of hands on this room are very few. So I think we really need to take that information and broadcast it to the world per se. But thank you for that.
Now it's all available on ICMR website, all the documents.
But
yeah, so
I think
anybody can download it. It's a
thank you so much.
PDF.
Fabulous. We also have Sivakumar from ALIMCO. Who doesn't know ALIMCO if you're working in disability and assistive technology in India? So can you tell us a little bit about what ALIMCO does?
Ma'am, ALIMCO is a Government of India organization which was incorporated during the year 1972. It's more than 50 years we are manufacturing so many aids and appliances, and most of the business is from Government of India for us. We are supplying aids and appliances under government schemes like ADIP schemes, ADIP schemes. And we are dealing with CWSNs through SSA also, ADIP SSA scheme is there. And Rashtriya Vayashri Yojana, which is for senior citizens. We are providing aids and appliances for the senior citizens. And we are getting funds from CSR also. So the total turnover this financial year is around 780 crores. And next year we are targeting for 1,000 crores. I think so. It is yet to be confirmed by our management. We are dealing with, right now we are giving aids and appliances like locomotor disability. We are covering locomotor disability, intellectual disabilities, visually impaired and hearing impaired. And it may be some research and development is going on for increasing the other disability category also. So anything else you want to, Madam?
Great. Thank you so much. And we've all seen ALIMCO's work. So not last and not the least for sure, we've got Hunny online. Hunny, we would have loved to see you in person, but tell us a little about TorchIt and what got you here.
Yeah, so it's really an honor for me to be present here and to share a stage with Prateek sir and Shilpi ma'am, along with Ravinder sir and of course Meenu ma'am. So guys, like TorchIt, of course, is a social startup working towards empowerment and the inclusion of persons with disability by providing most innovative and affordable assistive devices. So we started with the one product which, I started as a third year engineering project as a torch for visually impaired, and from one single product to now 700 SKUs. Like ma'am, Shilpi ma'am, like what you're doing in way back in 2000s, like we are doing right now. So we are created all the ecosystem of 700 assistive devices Enable Mart, where all assistive solutions available under one roof. Like we started with online presence, and then we started with our offline presence, starting with Ahmedabad, our hometown, and Blind People Association. Now we have more than 32 centers of this innovative experience center, where persons with disability can not just considered as a beneficiary, but as a user, can see and try the product and buy the product. And apart from this experience center, it is working as a sensitization center and the training center as well. So yeah, so we are doing many things, and we have 12 patents, and we are Tech Plus platform company. We have 12 patents, and we have 9 products in market. And by God grace, like in last March, we have touched 1 million lives. So like we have sold around 1.2 million assisted devices so far in last 7 to 8 years. Like we started in 2018 January, and till March 2025 we have sold 1.2 million assisted devices and touched 1 million lives, not only in India but in 40 plus countries. And yeah, I'm super glad to share your stage with here. I'm sorry I'm not available physically there, but my heart and my mind, everything is there.
Thank you, Hunny, and that is fabulous. It is something I had wanted to do and never managed to. So I say kudos to you for having made it happen. So as you can see, there's a lot happening in the world and a lot that we need to learn from. So I'm going to first start with the problem of, actually addressing the gap, right? How do you actually identify these products? How do you make these products? How do you do quality control? How do you, think about strategy and marketing, right? So I'm going to actually first come to you, Meenu, because you've taken products per se, right? And then kind of found fitments in your projects and given them a life. So how do you look at it?
When we started way back in 2013 or 2012, that was the time when we started, we were not aware of this whole ecosystem, or that we are on to something which is going to become part of an ecosystem. But we just wanted to do something which was different, which was innovative, which was solving a problem, solving a barrier, an obstacle that a person with disability faces. So it was it was learnings from the work that we were doing in the space of inclusion. And we realized that while we are hiring people with disabilities, we keep talking about this whole, that there is a lot of talent available outside, there is a lot of talent available outside, but we were not seeing that talent come in. And then we started looking at colleges and universities, and we realized that the number of people entering these spaces from where we are actually hiring the talent, people with disabilities, is not there. Or it's available in a very, very limited number. And there also they are facing so many barriers. So how do we look at that ecosystem where you are addressing their needs where they are, that is in colleges and universities, and in between, like once you have graduated, once you have a job, how do you come to workplace? Today, of course, you have hybrid options available, but back then there were no hybrid options. So people had to use public transport or some kind of transport to even come to work. So that was our first thing, that okay, this is one big barrier that we have identified, that people are unable to make it to office because they don't have last mile connectivity, they don't have accessible transport mechanism, and that is where we started. Okay, and then somebody reached out that they want to start a taxi driven only by women, and we said, okay, there are enough and more already happening, so how do you think different? Why can we not look at, it could still be driven by women drivers, but can these taxis be accessible? And that is where it started, and we said, okay, we'll start with 4 initially for the city of Bangalore, and that's how the experiment started. And then we gradually that went up to 10 and 15 vehicles, and Professor Sadhugopan is here, where Kickstart got incubated at IIIT Bangalore, because we realized the problems were that they didn't have a go-to-market plan, they didn't have a strategy, they had many other challenges in terms of just running it as a pure business which is viable for the end customer. And then we realized that, okay, this solution continues to remain very exclusive, so how do we go to, how do we take it to a scale where it becomes mainstream? Because by 2015, again, a lot of things had changed. Technology was disrupting the mainstream market. Everybody was on Uber app, and we were like, okay, why do people with disabilities have to go to an exclusive vendor for this? And that is where our constant thinking was that we have to mainstream these innovations. We have to mainstream these experiments, because as silos, they are not going to scale. And then we reached out to Uber, and then we started Uber Assist and Uber Access. Did that experiment work? We launched it with such great fanfare. It took us like 2 to 3 years of patience and lot of capital to have 50 cabs in the city of Bangalore, which became the first city in Asia to have accessible vehicles for people with disabilities. 2018 it got launched, 2019 it got launched, 2020 come COVID, nothing happened. All the vehicles we do not know where they are. And what were the gaps in those 3 years that we observed? One is the onus was entirely on us to get the vehicles modified. No automobile company was manufacturing vehicles which were accessible. So we had to retrofit them. So why do we have to retrofit them? Now again, in the morning in that white paper, we spoke about challenges. One of the big challenge, and in terms of policy, where do we look at policies? And only, I think you mentioned 3 places where we need to look at policies. We don't look at Ministry of Transport, we only look at, say, Ministry of IT or a couple of other ministries, but we need to think beyond, because unless we have a life cycle approach to disability inclusion, we will only look at a few targeted sections, but not look at the big picture. So what I'm trying to say is that today a lot of people own vehicles, for example. Is there a mandate for any of the automobile manufacturers? We are such huge manufacturers of two-wheelers and four-wheelers, but none of them is designing any accessible vehicle.
True.
Because there is no mandate. And then the onus to modify it, then the onus to make sure they continue to be called invalid carriages, the license procedure, the RTOs, left to interpretation, who can drive, who cannot drive. I think these continue to persist even after like almost 15 years. So in that sense, the needle doesn't seem to have moved. Again, the onus is on the entrepreneur to come up with product, take it to market, but from an ecosystem perspective, there is no support. I want to give one quick example of a policy intervention. The 2% CSR mandate. There's penalty for not complying with it. There is reputational risk for not complying with it. And so after 2014 to now, look at the number of companies that have started investing and making sure the 2% of profits is invested. But when it comes to RPWD Act, we still don't see that push, penalty, or reputational risk for violating it.
So I think that takes me to Dr. Ravinder. Dr. Ravinder, the problem she's talking about is the problem you're trying to solve, right? You've got standards in place for assistive technology. You are creating this entire list of assistive technology. I'm hoping those standards will not only be restricted to assistive technology in medical, but also to any medical product who's creating things in that range will look at your list and look at your standards and hopefully create a larger ecosystem from mainstream organizations. How do you see this list and how do you see this integration with AT service delivery, and how can these standards help the medical industry to adopt inclusion?
Okay, so the larger circle is the accessibility. Our whole society or community has a walkable and moving spaces, and then comes the four pillar I was talking to Arman, that why do we need assistive technology? We need for health, we need for employment, we need for education, and we need for the community and social inclusion, so that we can go and talk to our family members anywhere. For that, what you need is, you need IT system, you need transport system, like Madam said, and that's Dr. Meenu said. So that is the overall system which we are working, and then comes the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, which comes out with some schemes, ADIP scheme, RVY, and then also SIPDA and ALIMCO as a manufacturing unit, and then 9 national institutes, and also the DDRC, and now Prime Minister Divyasha Kendras. But that effort is not enough. That's why I keep on pushing that agenda of integrating assistive technology into health. Why? Because we have more than 170,000 health and wellness centers across India, which are reaching all the, whatever the number of villages which was shown by Avinav in the morning. So we have reached to all of those villages if we go through the health and wellness centers. Number one. Second is, all the districts have district hospitals or civil hospitals. We have more than 800 medical colleges. We have super specialty hospital across every part of the country. So once we integrate assistive technology into health, I think any of the remotest area we can reach. And just 2 days ago, there was a very, we were actually having one awareness program in one of the cities, it was in Jaipur. And the doctor, medical superintendent of the hospital, he told a very small thing that if somebody has some problem or urine incontinence, the 1 rupee medicine can work, for which a patient has to travel 50 kilometers coming and 50 kilometers going in the rural area, spending around 5,000 rupees. For 1 rupee medicine, you have to travel using 5,000 rupees. So that is how we have to reach to the doorstep of the people, not that they travel, and especially those which are using the special kind of, transportation systems. So it becomes much difficult in the rural area. If there is a people who has injury, so they have to transport it on some sort of bullet cart or maybe tractor trolley, and then make them to hospital, which may be around 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers away from their house. So that is how we have to reach to the doorstep of the people by using the advanced, telehealth system, or maybe the people who can, use, and all these solutions are available. Like Prateek said, that there is no dearth of the technology or the funding part. The only thing is that we have to take them to the right places.
So, sir, I see some people out here working in healthcare who I think should be figuring out how to use this entire ecosystem that you are talking about to take their products out there. But I think that is the ecosystem that Meenu was alluding to, and I think you're telling us that we do have it and we can mainstream it. So thank you for that, which gets me to Prateek. So Prateek, we have all these amazing technologies and we have all these amazing kids and adults coming up with new ideas. And firstly, where do they go looking for funding? What are their challenges? And then secondly, once they go to market, is it CSR? Is it revenue? What are you telling them and what should they be working towards?
Sure, no, thank you for asking. See, 2 or 3 points. One, in terms of pipeline and innovation, I think we have sufficient and more pipeline of innovation happening in the country. So, like I said earlier, nobody looked at some of the invisible disability and putting technology in it, right? So there are several attempts being made. So pipeline is not an issue. In fact, ATF runs a United Nations program called Youth Collab, and UNDP program is run in 27 countries and 7 years in India. This is the first time they were focusing on assistive technology. So when we got onboarded to implement that program, the head of UNDP said, this is a small sector, we won't get too many applications. And we beat him in next few months to say, we've got 200 applications. Yeah. So I think this is best in India ever, irrespective of the theme. So that tells all of us that pipeline of innovation is not an issue. There are 8 to 10 startups here. You have LifeSpark, you have Deep Vision Tech, and I want to ask all the entrepreneurs here, raise hands if you need money. Anybody who's not raised my hand is you have to meet over the lunch. Yeah. So which means that all startups need money, isn't it? It's not assistive technology. You need money if you have to grow your startup to a certain level. That's 101 of startup, yeah? But whom are we talking to when we're raising money? Bangalore is not just a startup capital. It's also an investment capital. Look at the number of billions of dollars which we've invested, not just as a city, but as a country, and the kind of FII investment that have happened in the startup. But if you go across the town in the evening, talk to Taggle Global and Excel, they're not interested. We have spoken to everybody. Why? It's a different asset class. We haven't been able to prove to them that this is an investable sector. Now, who has to do the job? We have to do the job. Number one, it's a different asset class. The expectation on return has to be different. And in the word which we like to use is we need patient capital, which means that the set of investors whom we would go and talk have to be very different.
the dialogue has to be different as well. The positioning has to be different. It's a profit with purpose, as we say it. Yeah? And if we do not tell our story in a manner that to the people who could invest, then who's at fault? Yeah? The question which was on the slide is not just about that 1,200 crore in disability became 1,000 crores. The question also is, where are those 1,000 crore being invested? Can we reimagine that? Yeah? The question is, there are a lot of impact capital around the world which is floating around. There's a lot of impact capital coming to India. Can we go and make a pitch to make them reimagine that? Yeah? Now, I think there are questions, but there are bright answers. And we also see that world is taking a serious look at India, not just because of the innovation question, but because of the affordability which we are, making with this technology with. The last point which I want to mention is the point about the market access and the affordability again. I think typical answer to affordability is that you have to innovate to an extent that it should become affordable, isn't it? Optimize. If you're making 1,000 wheelchairs, can you make 1 lakh? Can you make 10 lakhs? And there's the economies of scale. But I think that's really a myopic view. In our point of view, affordability is not just a product or a technology innovation. It's a business model question as well. And I know certain business model in terms of, I know now the star of AT ecosystem, NeoMotion, talking to Zomato, and we are putting a lot of people on livelihood. It's a great example of business model innovation. But we need to probably think beyond. We have to learn from how the mainstream startup have innovated not just the technology but the business model as well to make it available and accessible to people with disabilities. I think that those would be my points.
Okay, interesting. So there is enough money out there. We have lots of innovation. We now need to bring it all together, and we have to get it to the people that actually it's being created for. Okay, which gets me to ALIMCO. So ALIMCO creates so many different products, yes, right? Yes. And people can either, can we buy directly? Is it through the ADIP scheme only? How does it work? If you can tell us just an insight, and then I'll go to Hunny.
Yeah, ALIMCO manufacture 350 different kind of appliances, which can be procured directly also. Retail marketing is also there. They can procure directly. But the thing is, what ALIMCO is doing is the Government of India schemes, almost ADIP scheme, these RVY schemes. All are free of cost schemes. So we are covering most of the BPL category of people. Most of the people, they don't like to procure directly because whomever want to get it free of cost, they used to reach ALIMCO. So, but retail marketing is still, the small percentage of portion is still there.
Sure.
But our concentration is on funding, grant in aid only we want to complete.
Perfect. Makes sense. So, Hunny, how many million products have you sold? So let's hear your GTM market. How did you make it happen? How did you think differently? Were there any partnerships or CSR that you were involved with? How did it work?
Great point, ma'am. So we started with the CSR projects only when we started with a single product, Sarthi. And with the help of CSR, we have reached around 20-25,000 people. But then COVID hit, and then we reiterated our business model. And then we have, we got to know there is no supply chain management, the supply chain in the visually impaired community. Like there is doctors who are supplying hearing aids. There are the orthopedic shops who are supplying wheelchairs, sticks and all those things. But for visually impaired, they are just dependent on the NGOs. There's no supply chain available in across the country. But luckily we found many of the Braille suppliers, we found many of the orthopedic, and we convinced them there's a huge potential out there to put our products in your stall, and you can also sell this product to a visually impaired people. And next cherry on the cake was like we in the same year we came into the Shark Tank, and we got a national award from the President of India. And because of this, we got a lot of good inquiries, and we found a lot of distributors across country and the globe, majorly from South Asia and Africa. And that made us to diversify our revenue portfolio to multiple products as well, because there are these distributors, they're demanding more products like talking solutions or the braille solutions. Then we diversified into different products and diversified into the different verticals as well. We were initially CSR, then we came into the B2B, then B2C as well through EnableMart. And then now we have also B2G as well from last year. So we directly got many of the direct government tenders, which directly goes to ALIMCO or the government bodies of CRCs and all those things. So we prove themselves like our product has a very good quality, and we provide the end solutions with proper training. So they convince and they gave the orders to us. And last March, I was talking to Arman sir in Germany in Global Disability Summit. In last March only, in 25 days, we have supplied 133,000 of assistive solutions. 133,000 of assistive solutions, including the children with special needs, hearing aids, wheelchairs, the visually impaired items in 25 days. So that kind of in 3 states, Karnataka, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh. So in 3 states we have supplied because government has trusted us being a startup, and yeah. So there's so many things which we have come up, which is not, of course, ALIMCO is doing, but they are not getting on the ground level for the training. So training is must, which we are have a very good team on the ground level in providing a training. And from when we started EnableMart, we got to know like the big demand out there, but they don't know about the products available in the market. So there is no awareness. Then we started awareness. Then when they are aware, there's a solution out there, but those solutions are not accessible to them or not available to them. Even the product is available or solution is available or accessible to them, they're not affordable. So then we started working on these 4 A's: awareness, accessibility, availability, and affordability of assistive solutions. So we can include them and they can live a life with more dignity and more independence. And this is what makes them a complete empowerment. Not only empowerment in terms of livelihoods, but also the financial. So they can become independent in terms of financial as well. And this what makes us unique. And yeah, and I'm saying like it's a huge market out there, and we just touch a tip of iceberg, like which is 1 million. And there, if we talk about in India, there are more than 30 million population with persons with disability according to government, but according to WHO it's more. But yeah, it's a very huge roadmap, and we are following your path, which you have defined, Shilpi ma'am, and Prateek sir is our great mentor. And
impressive, Hunny. You know, listening to him, doesn't it sound like every other startup in the world and not necessarily only assistive technology, Prateek? Yeah. It doesn't sound like a very different journey. He's been iterating, he's been looking at different avenues, different areas that he can expand through. And it seems like a lot of grit and persistence on Hunny and team's part. So what's the advice you are going to give, you know, the 80 people that come to you, right? How do you ask them to jump over these hoops?
No, I think just because I'm sitting here, I don't want to be an advisor. I want to be working together with everybody. But I mean, definitely Hunny and TorchIt is a great example. India has seen $18 billion acquisition of WhatsApp, and I don't know when we will, I'm sure time is right for us to prepare this ecosystem so that we can see some of these unicorns in assistive technology as well. I don't think we need another incubation program, and I say this with a lot of experience. Let's trust our innovators in assistive technology that they're smart enough to find you for mentoring and advice. Yeah, so we don't need any more incubation 0 to 1 kind of program. I'm happy to have a debate and discussion on that. What we need is a market access program. What we need is an investment program. What we need to really make them think about that while the initial funding of grants and some of the schemes are okay. CSR is okay because I think it opens up a lot of door to really experience the market and give their devices to people who cannot afford it. But the real truth is revenue and profitability. And anybody of us, I know we can sit in this room for next whole week and say we are a special sector. We are not. Because when investors look at us, we have to be as competitive because it's about return on investment. Yes, we can have a narrative of impact, but let's tighten our story of scale, because if we cannot, I think it's a very favorite topic within ATF when there is no week that goes in where you talk to a number of entrepreneurs, and while the bigger number is 2.5 billion and my market is so many millions, the next slide says I'm helping 100 people. And I'm saying it is great because helping one person is also awesome in life. But then when will that 100 become million? And how will it become is what we got to figure it out. That's the value on the table. But if we do not, and I'm going to use Arman's word, what he told me to call reimagining aspiration, we will never be able to reimagine the scale. We'll never be able to achieve that scale as well. So that's my 2 cents.
I think very well said. I think I lived that. I think a lot of us, like Hunny, are living that, and I think we're all listening to what you're saying. I heard PG tell me this years back about revenue, and it made me start looking at business abroad, because India was too premature market for us. So I think what I tell people is keep looking for how to get your business out there and how to get revenue, and keep iterating. I sometimes wonder, why is it that only the normal tech startups have the word pivot? And why aren't assistive technology startups allowed to pivot if they change course, right? So I think we're going to see that. I think Meenu did that. And Meenu, now I was coming to you only for your next technique.
So in fact, I want to ask a question rather than, I know you are the moderator, but I remember having this conversation with Ajit, Awaz app, and he started in India, in Chennai, focused very much on augmentative communication, and eventually he went abroad and he said that my market is bigger there than here. And that's what I hear from you, or that's what I hear from you. So, when I look back, the challenges that existed then looks like they continue to exist even now. And that is why we have to look for market outside of India. Or, so what has not changed? What will change for us to make this market big in India? Right. So, I don't think we still have that answers.
I think we do. I think Dr. Ravinder has given us a fabulous answer.
Yes.
I think the problem that I see is that we can't get government to necessarily do for us what we think government can do for us. I think somebody said it earlier on in a question where they said that, getting the government to do something for them was not easy. Though they went to the ASHA workers, if I remember rightly, it was the statement that was made. So I think that is the challenge. And I'm not sure who's going to help navigate that. Maybe Prateek is.
I think government can be the biggest buyer, if not the investor. We are talking to Prime Minister's office, and while they have a lot of funding available for other sectors, there is a discussion with them around setting up a fund of fund. And if we set up a fund of fund, which is of tune of 800 to 1,000 crores, not just for assistive technology, but the larger ecosystem for people with disabilities, I think money cannot solve all the problems, but money can solve a lot of problems. And this sector needs that investment. So there's a discussion. So I'm very optimistic in terms of the discussions which you're having. There is a committee which some of us are part of in Niti Aayog, which is writing the whole assistive technology framework as well. I think hopefully that will come out and that will help as well. So there are a lot of encouraging dialogue. A lot of state governments have started schemes and the policies to directly procure from startups while to pass through the whole bureaucratic process. So there are bright sparks which we see not just in the center, the state level as well. Again, I would conclude by saying that it is not anybody's else. It's our responsibility to really create that awareness and create that push.
Okay. Dr. Ravinder has something.
There is a huge need. And my preliminary data from RATA survey, which I'm getting, we are actually started the collection of largest data in the world through our 25 centers, and this is real-time data we are getting through tablets, and I'm constantly monitoring that. And through that, what we have come to know, the preliminary analysis of that data, there is a huge need, but demand is not there. I'll show you the pictures which my teams, they have, taken in the remote and rural part of the country. People are suffering, but they don't demand. And with the teams, when our team reaches, some sort of awareness is going to them, and we are sure that very shortly we will have a spurt of demand by the people, and then the funds are there. Like Prateek said again, I'll stress it again. There are around 20 ministries which have different programs, 35 schemes or programs which directly or indirectly provisions assistive products. But they are, because they don't talk to each other, there are no integration between them, there is no bridge between them. So they all work, and what happens is the same person getting the multiple times of product, which he will not use at all. There are people who got 10 wheelchairs from them and not using even single of them because of the different reasons. So now what we are thinking that somehow whatever product is given to somebody has to has some sort of record and some sort of technologically we should find out that this person should not get the product again beyond certain time, up to certain time, so that there is no duplicacy.
Interesting.
I'll answer this. Actually, now every disability is being given by UD record. So the concept of that only to avoid this kind of multiple time given appliances. So now it is for the last 3 years we are recording the data in Arjun portal, is centralized portal, in which every 3 years only they will get the second time. So if we suppose the beneficiary has registered again also, we can once we enter, we come to know that he has got it the same appliance within this much year, so he is not eligible. So it is being monitored by Government of India. And Arjun portal, the name of the portal is called Arjun portal, online portal. Only thing, it has to be linked with the state government agency, because now only centralized schemes are being controlled. Now state government has to be linked with that. So this duplicacy will be avoided in future.
Brilliant. So I think we've heard it all from everybody here. We've heard there is enough innovation, there is enough funding available. We need to tell our story right. We need to be able to, get our word out there. We need to create awareness. We need to join the dots. We need to be okay to pivot. We need to be okay to fail. We have some amazing work in the standards. We've got some, interesting things that we can refer to within the government. And we need to be able to not give up, I think, as 80 entrepreneurs and people within the startup ecosystem. I think we can start working towards building a more inclusive India rather than anything else, something that NCPEDP stands for per se. So I think with that, I'm going to say thank you to every one of you for this amazing conversation. And thank you for all of you all to be patient. If there's a question anybody would like to ask, we'll open for a couple of questions. I know they have lunch waiting. Okay, so I've got two hands. One can go there. One, I think we need a here. If you could just introduce yourself by name and then go for it. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Tahan Hafiz. मेरी कंपनी का नाम है व्हीली सॉल्यूशंस, जहाँ हम लोग अलग अलग असिस्टिव डिवाइसेस बनाते हैं. तो जब हम ये डिवाइसेस बना रहे थे उस टाइम पे हमने ये आइडेंटिफाई किया, जैसे अभी सर ने भी बोला कि डिमांड यूज़र को ज़रूरत है प्रोडक्ट की, लेकिन वो ख़रीदना नहीं चाहते हैं, वो स्पेंड नहीं करना चाहते हैं. साथ में एक चीज़ मतलब एक क्वेश्चन भी है और एक सजेशन भी है, मतलब हम क्या कर सकते हैं इस सेक्टर में. जैसे एक यूज़र को व्हीलचेयर चाहिए लेकिन वो खरीद नहीं पाता है क्योंकि उसके पास एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है. तो हमें इंक्लूसिव इंडिया के साथ में एम्प्लॉयड इंडिया भी बनाना एक बहुत ज़रूरी एस्पेक्ट है, क्योंकि जब तक यूज़र पे नहीं करेगा तो वो उसके लिए प्रॉपरली, फॉर एग्जांपल एक यूज़र को किसी डिवाइस की ज़रूरत है लेकिन वो डिवाइस वो खुद नहीं खरीदता है, वो CSR या फिर किसी स्पॉन्सर या डोनर की तरफ से आता है, तो वो डिवाइस इसको देख के भी बनाया जाएगा कि वो कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव हो, कॉस्ट में कम हो, रैदर देन यूज़र की नीड्स फुलफिल प्रॉपरली हो. तो हमें अगर हम यूज़र को एम्प्लॉय कर देंगे तो शायद ज़्यादा बड़ी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाएगी और स्टार्टअप्स भी ज़्यादा सक्सेसफुल हो पाएंगे, क्योंकि फिर जो जिसके लिए हम प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं वही पे करेगा, वही फीडबैक देगा एंड वही उस प्रोडक्ट को फिर रिपेयर भी करवा पाएगा. क्योंकि हम व्हीलचेयर्स बनाते हैं तो उसमें हमने ये आइडेंटिफाई किया कि यूज़र को अगर हम CSR या फिर किसी स्पॉन्सर के थ्रू प्रोडक्ट दे भी देते हैं तो वो उसको मेंटेन नहीं कर पाता है क्योंकि उसके पास एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं है. तो हमें इस चीज़ पे भी, क्योंकि यहाँ काफ़ी सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो इस चीज़ पे काम कर सकते हैं, तो हमें एम्प्लॉयड इंडिया भी बनाना चाहिए जिससे अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बने.
Very, very true. I think on both sides, employed India bhi chahiye, and we need to include people with disabilities in our design processes also. Very well said. Hanji.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Mike Nunes from Word Trust. The questions that I would like to ask is, Word Trust works in a lot of villages in Tamil Nadu through various camps. And what we have found that most of the differently abled do not have any idea about assistive devices or technology. So, in your opinion, what is the best way to reach these particular rural areas? And the second question is, for every type of disability, there are a lot of various types of assistive technology that is coming almost on a daily basis. So how do we choose which is right? Is there a standard list that helps us to choose something?
Anybody like to answer the question?
Yeah, do you know how we were able to, tackle polio or smallpox? Anybody has any idea? So it's a multiple action plan, multiple ministry involvement, multiple stakeholder involvement. There is a chain of, supply chains are there, so that the product is available within the reach of the person. It's that they don't have to travel. So there is a concentrated, integrated, multi-pronged, multi-ministry, multi-industry approach which is required. It's not a single solution. There is no single solution. So, but I can assure you that the kind of impact which has happened within last 10 years has really, if we are sitting here, it was not possible 10 years ago. Everybody is talking about assistive technology now. They want solution. They want to, reach out to the people. And that is the kind of tempo we want, that it should be maintained, and we will definitely reach everyone who need it within very short span of time.
Great. Okay, one more. I think we'll take one last question, though we have two hands up. Do you want, Arman has a question. Sorry. I get you a mic. Can we get a mic? Sorry, we've got one person there and then we will.
Yeah, so I am Mehul, and just adding to what Taha has said,
we as Multiply, we make adaptive clothing for persons with disability, and we also employ them. On both the fronts, we face challenge. Okay. On one side, it was difficult to get people who could work with us, especially in garment production. So what we did was we trained, so we are training 3 interns with hearing impairment so that they can handle my production process. So we have Anmol, he takes care of my marketing activities. Anmol, say hi to everyone. He's Anmol. On the other side, when we go to rural Karnataka, rural Tamil Nadu, to attend functions like neo-motion wheelchair distribution. And that's where we see that the trousers what we make, especially for spinal cord injury patients who can carry or you can hide urine bags, people are not ready to buy a trouser which is about 2,000 rupees. Sadly enough, and all due respect to each one of them who was brought in the CSR fund, the charity model has crept in so much that people wait for someone to be enrolled on the CSR list to be given the appliance or the product rather than coming forward and buying the product. On the other side, I have also seen Anthony, one of my customers, who said that I'll wait for 2 months and then buy your product. Okay, I'll save enough money to buy your product. Yeah, but then how to balance out, okay, on the requirement side in terms of employment and in terms of consumer buying our products, the one who actually requires them.
So I'll talk to you from an entrepreneur myself, not the moderator of this. So firstly, you've got to solve every problem that comes across. I think that's true to every entrepreneur, right? If somebody is telling you, like you found a way to find people that you can train to be a part of your process so that they are included, so you've solved one problem. Now when it comes to the second problem of price point is a very tricky price point. So the only way that you can do it is change your manufacturing process, change your quality of product, reduce your cost somewhere. It's the same thing that every other startup also faces, is what I'm going to tell you. So what I'm going to tell you is you're going to have to innovate to either bring your price point down or make the value higher for a person wanting to buy. So sadly, that's the nature of for all of us. We'll never be able to change it. Right? I've never gone for a CSR fund in my entire life as a company, right? But companies come and pay. So you've got to find that sweet spot, and only you will be able to do it. None of us will be able to do it because you will have to balance that act. That's just the truth of entrepreneurship, and it's just a challenge you're going to face again and again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just going to go to Arman next. The reason I'm saying this is not to say that you're not doing what you're doing. I'm just telling you that there are going to be so many such obstacles that you're going to face that you're going to keep iterating and innovating through the process to find that viable thing that works. Yeah.
My response is more as a user and someone who likes to shop and buy, and I think the aspiration is also something that we need to cater to. I struggle to buy good pants for myself because I wear a brace and it juts out and I'm very uncomfortable. I don't find it very aesthetic. But still I go to a mall and would buy from a Marks and Spencer or whoever, and I will wait to get that. Maybe sometimes the wait is 3 years. But if the adaptive clothing was as good as what I aspire to, or what I think the model is also that, okay, you start, you pilot it, but how do you take it to scale? How do you make it more mainstream? Because that is where most shoppers are also going, right? So I think that is the approach. I'm not an entrepreneur, so it's not an advice from an entrepreneur, but from a user.
Perfect. I think with that, we're going to go to Arman last, and he's got the last and final word before we go out.
Thank you.
I've been holding my thoughts for quite a long time now, and some of it I've passed. Anyways, I think what is the point that everybody is coming to is, do disabled people have a choice? Whether it is buying a clothing or an assistive technology, I say no. If you hear the panel, there's a list of 22. There is Hunny who is selling 700. ALIMCO is have 300 in list. We three of us didn't know about it. Okay, so we're quite fairly into disability sector. So I don't think there's a choice with disabled people. There is a lot of money, but there is no money for investment in disability. Disability has always been looked at as a cost. If I come to Dr. Ravinder's point of how did we get chickenpox and polio thing, because there was investment, because there was a mission mode, because you wanted to put your money at the right place. So if you put your money to make India an accessible country for people with disability, where all your products, services, and everything around you which you need to participate in nation building is accessible and affordable for you. For example, an insurance policy. I mean, if you cannot have an insurance which is affordable, there is an ICS, what you mentioned about the insurance, that ASI. ESI also takes into the component of an assistive technology. How many people will know that? And ESI is only for a government employee. So I think mostly, it's ESI is employees and is dependent of that person, whoever is listed into ESI. And a certain category of people, not everybody is there. We'll talk it. I think what is very clearly coming out that we know, one, that disabled people need to know what is the choice. They have to be able to, and Meenu likes Marks and Spencer, I like Tommy Hilfiger, somebody likes Max, somebody else likes something else. It's a choice. And the systems that we have, the way we are looking at, why we are talking about this meeting as a reimagining pathways, I think this is where we need to question the status quo. How do we take it to the people with disability to decide what is that they want? And it is not about employability. Taha and Mehul are talking about employability. That means they are saying that if people with disability are having buying power, they'll buy. They will still not buy, maybe. I mean, look at Hunny, he's like a younger brother. Look at Siddharth. Without CSR, what is their number? I mean, these are the elephant in the room that you have to acknowledge. If we are selling 1 lakh unit of a particular device, how many of has been actually bought by disabled people? These numbers need to be talked about.
Very much.
We are very shy about all this. Even disabled people will to do, even if me, certain things I also want free. I never want to be in a queue. So I think there are no ecosystems first. We are not looking at disability as an investment which you're looking at disabled people as users, as consumers. And if you look at the beneficiaries of government schemes and pensions, disabled people are not the only one. There are war widows, there are elderly people, there are single women, and so on and so forth, farmers. It's not that disabled people only take charity. Everybody is doing it. 80 crore people in this country are getting free ration. But we are very apologetic about everything that we do. I think there's a lot that is need to look within and ask this question. And ALIMCO, one of the fastest growing companies in India in terms of assistive technology. They also have a monopoly, I must say. Any Samagri Shiksha Abhiyan, wherever you go, I mean, ALIMCO is the first choice. I don't think a Hunny, Bhagchandani or a Siddharth or anybody else has a chance to compete in many places. So this ecosystem needs to have a little larger transparency. There is need to question whatever you are providing to disabled people in terms of its quality, in terms of its uses, its durability, affordability, and why should one size fit all? Why there is this is where I think we need to reimagine the future. We need to question the status quo and move forward and ask for investment. So this is what I was trying to say.
Totally agree with you. Don't doubt it at all. From my perspective, the way I see it, I think people with disabilities will have to also come forward in this picture for this dialogue, right? Like somebody saying, Meenu saying, she would want to aspire to do something. Right? So I totally agree with you, and I resonate with you. I resonate with everybody out here saying there isn't always money to spend on disability. No two ways about it. Does that mean there isn't money to invest in disability? That's a different thing. Maybe there is more innovation, investment capital, I don't know. But I think that's where we're going to have an interesting, I think the report is going to help us align some of that and find where those gaps are and where there are those things to be able to pinpoint. So totally agree. I think
one more thing that I wanted to add is the compliance. How are you bringing accessibility and assistive technology or universal design into compliances, into businesses? If your environment doesn't support it, then you fail each and every time.
Standards.
Arman, just input also on the paper is one of the emerging things we are talking is investment. I mean, I see great set of people, but who's the investor in this room? Yeah, so I'm also hoping that towards the end of this paper, when we do, probably one of the themes which all of us can work together is to put together our minds to invite investment, talk about it in the wider world as well. So that's one suggestion. We are making a small beginning by setting up a first ever assistive technology fund. So we are doing some beginning this year by announcing that fund, but we are happy to actually join hands to raise more money.
I have one suggestion, a small thing like.
We will have some investors coming for the round table, which is there today, 2:30 to 3:30, and for tomorrow's pitch sessions also, there are investors.
Sure, PJ. Definitely. Let's not leave them without cutting a check.
And Hunny has something to say.
Yeah. So am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So B2C can be grown in persons with disability. Like as we have seen, like now our 22% of the revenue is coming from directly B2C, and more than 30% of revenue is coming from B2B, B2B2C. So what we have targeted is like there is a visually impaired people, or like say example even a dyslexia or cerebral palsy. There's so many pediatric doctors out there, and they are importing products from the abroad, mostly from the US and the Europe. So what we have done is like we have developed this small products from Chennai or Delhi or Indore, and now we are marketing to those doctors, and quality is super good. And now children with special need like CWSN, like all the intellectual disability or something, they are buying directly products from this enabled mart. So we started with visual impairment. Now our major revenue is coming from CWSN. And I'm saying like if we consider them as our persons with disability friends as a user, not as a beneficiary, that will change whole lot of mindset, because we don't see them as the users.
Perfect.
We don't see them as the GDP contributors.
Perfect. Agreed, Hunny. So I think with that is quite a bit of discussion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Hunny. Thank you, Prateek, Meenu, Ravinder, and Siva for being here. And thank you for being a lovely audience. I hope you all found it interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I would invite Professor Amit Prakash to felicitate our moderator and panelist. We'll break for lunch now and we'll be back by 2 p.m. so that we can start our second panel discussion. So it is arranged in the first floor. Thanks. Thank you. So next we have a second panel discussion. I'm inviting Ms. Shanti Raghavan, founder of Enable India, as a moderator for the second discussion, which will focus on addressing barriers in education and employment, advancing inclusion through AT. Joining her on the panel, we have Mr. Roy C. Thomas, Deputy Director, Head of Diversity and Inclusion, NASCOM Foundation, Mr. Vineet Nagaraju, CBR Network, Mr. Vivek Mishra, Director, Microsoft, Mr. Siddharth Daga, co-founder and chief impact officer, New Motion, who will join us virtually, and Mr. Shiva from Vinvinaya Foundation. So handing over to you, Ms. Shanti.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have an important responsibility to keep you awake. Actually, why? I think it's all of you. I can't see the interpreter. I'm sure they're there. Okay, you're there. Okay, that's why. I just couldn't see and I was getting a little antsy about it. Yeah. Okay, so I think first of all, being here for the Reimagining Pathways of Assistive Technology is really close to my heart because we are all the product of assistive technology. You know, if we didn't have chairs, I wonder what would happen to us all these years. You know, if we didn't have a calculator, how many people are wearing glasses? You all will need to confess now. Everybody with, yeah, please. Let's see, I think at least 50% of the room will have to put their hands up. Ma'am, Indumanti ma'am, aap haath nahi upar dal rahe. So we have come, we are beneficiaries of logistics being available, because of which chairs have been available to us. Eyewear has been available to us in designer form. So I think we have already a great foundation where there are things that have got normalized. Nobody has been calling us, oh my God, you poor thing, you can't stand for 24 hours, the last time I checked. Okay? So given this, I think this reimagining is a matter of, you know, all of us just putting our minds together, because we have all the tools, we have the people, such eminent people in the audience, you all need to be on this side, you know. So anyway, so with that, I think our panel is especially about assistive technology in inclusion, especially assistive technology in inclusion, but basically in education and in employment. And, you know, I'm not going to use the barriers word here. I'd like to just talk about the role that it has played, etc. And I think I'm just going to, we don't have, Dr. Amarendra with us. It would have been really good because I think NCERT has done a lot of work in advancing learning equity. But we've got, you know, somebody who's really worked deeply in the space. So Vineet, what I thought, you know, when we were talking earlier, you were mentioning how the pilots have started in 2001, you know, and how things have scaled up, and how, very interestingly, the way AT was being used, and that also common AT, mainstream assistive technology that was being used in the work that you've been doing at CBR. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Shanti, and I think good afternoon to everybody. I think, am I audible?
Yeah, little louder, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Little audible, yeah. There was one statistics which was there earlier in one of the sessions at, we talked about the AT ecosystems. And you know, they talked about that 1 in 5 with persons with disabilities, they don't complete the secondary education. They don't get into that. So they don't even move beyond that. If we have that kind of a statistics, what kind of an employability are we talking about? So we have to come back, take steps backward, and address the root cause of those issues. And that is where we have to lay that emphasis on. And it is in the learning and in the education that we need to focus our energies on. So what we are trying to do, and what I'm going to share my experiences about, is in how we are addressing a particular gap in education and how we are providing an inclusive environment for students and children to adapt to the needs of the future.
Yeah.
First of all, we need to understand inclusion is a word. It doesn't mean exclusion. Everybody is part of it. You cannot say, you cannot segregate somebody in this particular silos and say, you have to come here for this particular platform or this particular system.
Yeah.
You are excluded from this particular system. You're not that. We have to include everybody in the same environment.
Yeah.
The environment basically provides reasonable accommodation for people who have needs, whether it's in terms of accessibility or whether it's in terms of kind of accommodations that will be needed for them to learn in a meaningful environment. To do this, what we did is we set up something called as a multi-utility learning stations.
Yeah.
The concept of this was, we started this in a village actually. So we are focusing our energies in a village. Especially our focus is on rural areas.
Very nice.
And we did a pilot in a village named Karlamangla, which is in Magadi Taluk of Ramnagara district. It's a very small hamlet there, and very small population of the thing. And there is a public school there, also there. So we set up this independent resource center, called as a multi-utility center, which looks holistically in terms of, it's not only utility, but in fact multi-dimensional in perspective. Often what we see, even before we adopt assistive technologies or any kind of AAC or assistive devices, we just take one device and start trying to fit into somebody's need. But there are a lot of steps that need to be covered before that. So what are the steps that we need to cover that? We need to do an assessment. We need to do a need assessment of the children. We need to know what exactly is the requirement. And then kind of start providing in a step-by-step manner as these particular utilities as well as the even tools that are necessary for to overcome their.
Can you give an example or a case study? It always helps to make it real for people.
Yeah. So what we do here is, one of the assessments that we do is so when we say that we are covering the root, so when do we start the root? We have to start from the early childhood. So once we address the gaps in the early childhood development stage, where we do screening, we do assessment, baseline the child using technologies. We do that using technology. We have something called MSpark Portage, which basically...
Was it launched during the COVID times? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah, sorry. Please go ahead.
So we do an assessment of this thing, and then once the baseline of the child is established, especially in the early childhood stage, the development plan, which is basically also called in technical, is called IEP, and
of course.
And they are formulated, and then they are actually the intervention is provided using the facilitators and other resource personnel on the field. When it comes to the schooling part of this thing, we start using again assessments, and these assessments are basically baselined based on the NCERT outcomes, learning outcomes.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So the important principle here is to integrate the curriculum of NCERT or any other, if it could be an NCERT board also, into the system. And ensure that you cover those particular areas wherever the gaps are. So once these baselines are established, then we can start saying that, okay, you need this, you need that, and you need that. So it's not that one size fits all. You need to have a specific... Absolutely. So because the fundamental premise of any education or learning, basically when we talk about a child, right, is unique. We all know that a child is unique. Everybody is unique to each other. But what differs? So what is the difference here? When we say unique, what is the difference in each child? It is basic. There are two fundamental aspects. One is the pace of learning. Every child learns in a different pace of learning. And that is where. And the second thing is the style of learning. What are the various representational models that we employ to educate and make the child learn? I'm using the word more learn than teach.
That's a very good, better.
Perspective,
absolutely.
because we often look at the teaching model rather than the learning, what the child can perceive to learn. So it becomes a child-centric approach as to what the child needs and what has to be grown. So they are all recorded, so we do this thing. Once there's thing, we start adopting the technology, assistive technologies to this thing. And what we are doing, it's our current experience, and I mean, we are still learning a lot from this experience, and this is what I can share as an experience. What we do is we basically set up these resource centers, which are basically inclusive in nature. So there are everybody here. So there are children of all types of, what types there.
Just
so we don't say classify any.
Mic a little closer.
We don't classify, nor we do any labeling of the child. That is, we don't do. But what we do is we measure the ability of the child. So what is the ability and what the child can do and what the child needs to do further to overcome that. The technology that we adopt is from the perspective of the school. When we say the curriculum, they are all, the gaps that are identified are gamified. We provide a gamified solution to say that, okay, the child needs to learn in an environment, in a joyful environment, so that he enjoys learning using technology. And he gets, kind of very inquisitive and curious initially, and then they start getting bonded with that particular thing, and they don't feel overwhelmed with the thing to use those technologies. And then we also use other assistive, this is using a gamification, we use a typical desktop, solution, and we use certain kind of various types of software. It is not. So we work in conjunction with the educators, with the schools, to kind of identify what is the program and what is the educational program that needs to be provided to the child. So they identify the games that are relevant to the thing. We also use certain third-party softwares like what has been developed by the Akshara Foundation, what has been developed by D-Learners.
D-Learners, yeah, for dyslexic folks, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think you must, I'm sure you were with this thing. And then this is basically the acquisition process. So, yeah. And then they basically also write down all these activities in, and we also give them tablets and other devices where they can actually start repeating those, whatever they learned. Now comes a third thing, where the consolidation of this, whatever they learned comes in. So in our experience, what we have so far used is the Alexa of Azure. Now Alexa is a device that we are very familiar that we use, say, Alexa, come, switch on, play this music.
Yeah.
Or switch on this light. But what we are doing here is today, a child is saying, Alexa, tell me what is the difference between an acid and a base. Or Alexa, tell me what is the temperature and how far is Magadi from Bangalore.
Nice.
So it is a multi-dimensional approach, where a child is taught. Now, where does this question comes from? It comes from the classroom. The teacher in a classroom is basically telling the child, the teacher tells the child, as to these are the questions that you need to ask, and this is what you need to repeat with Alexa. So it is a kind of a repetitive process, and so that the information or the knowledge that is gained gets acquired into the child's memory.
This is actually very interesting, right? If I don't tell Alexa properly, or I have error in the way I speak, it's not going to reply. So you will actually learn in the process of asking the question.
Absolutely. Shanti, even in fact what we have done, what we do is, we extend Alexa's capability to add questions that are relevant to the curriculum. So you can add those questions and say that, okay, ask those questions. So now, we have when we say that, see, why do we have this problem at all? We have a problem in the rural, especially in the rural areas. We were talking from morning about the scale, right?
Yeah.
Where is the scale? How do we bring assistive technologies to the scale? How do we use that? Where are the resource teachers?
Yeah.
Where are the resource rooms? So why using technology? And if you feed those questions, this repetitive task becomes automated and the child is able to learn in a pretty much environment.
Thank you so much for this. I think in the process, what I understood, right? Role of AT we understand, but it's about first screening, assessment. In that, fit the solution rather than finding a problem. Sometimes you have a solution and you want to fit a problem into it. Exactly. People tend to do that. If you're a technologist, you want to find a problem. And I think also the fact that, hey, whatever good solution is out there, let me take it and integrate it because they've already done the hard work of making a platform that will help this kind of person, etc. And using something mainstream means that it will be widely available. And I think in the morning you'll have had discussions of cost, affordability, and many other things, right? So thank you so much for that. We have Siddharth online. Hey, Siddharth, just say a hi or something. Hey, no. With your mic, I want to hear you so that I know you can speak. Can we hear you well?
Sorry, yeah. Hi. Yes.
Yeah, I think I just want him a little louder. Notice, without this assistive technology, what would happen to us? Can we make it louder? I can't hear.
Am I audible?
Yeah, but a little, maybe a little more. Can you just speak something?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
How's
Super.
the traffic in Bangalore?
Super.
Hi from Chennai.
Hi. Hi from a little cooler Bangalore. Not really. Just let him feel a little jealous. So anyway, I think for me, Siddharth is obviously a very well-known person in the space with the kind of freedom that he's given to people with locomotor disabilities. But for me, Siddharth represents stories, from independent living to education to employment. And I think, Siddharth, the dogged pursuit you've had to really make this available, NeoMotion and NeoBolt, etc., available to people has been tremendous. Just want to hear from you stories which will enable us to feel with the person with disability, and also dish some dirt, man. Kisne kiske saath boyfriend, girlfriend ko mila, wo NeoBolt leke. We want, inside stories like this, because that's when you know how well an AT can be used for the right things. So go ahead, Siddharth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes we feel that you'll get some very inspiring stories and motivating stories, and inspiration pond, they say it. Yeah, I mean, it's not like that, right? I mean, everybody has just like the stories that you have, same, everyone else, like a wheelchair user, a person who uses a wheelchair for their mobility, they would have some very similar stories, right? I think the boyfriend, girlfriend thing that you just mentioned, there was this one user we have in Jalna in Maharashtra, one of our very earliest users.
Wow.
And when we did our feedback call after 3 months, he actually said that, I feel good on this wheelchair, so that I actually went and said to one girl that, I like you. I mean, he's a person with spinal cord injury, did not have the confidence before, he was not going out at all, it was at home. But he actually said that, I just told her that, I liked you or something. But exactly, I mean, and anybody can do that, right? It's nothing very new about this, right? You would go and tell somebody that you like them. So yeah, you actually get such stories, but there are those, the whatever physical barrier, mental barrier that you have overcome, definitely an assistive technology helps with that. And obviously when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about every single assistive technology that is there and not just say a new motion wheelchair. So, and yeah, if I have to say very specifically about, say for example, education also, some of the stories that we see, we recently implemented one project in Punjab in collaboration with the Department of Primary Education. So basically students from 10th, 11th and 12th standard who need a wheelchair for their mobility. It was basically an intervention for that. It was supported by HDFC. But I think, yeah, the two impact metrics or impact stories that you would see, number one, attendance increases, right? Simple.
Absolutely.
The simple parameter of impact is increase in attendance. So if previously the child had attendance of 20%, 25%, it increases to 60%, 70% with time. Obviously, that is one thing. And I'm not going to say whether increase in attendance is going to result in better education but at the end of the day, the student had to be in a school and now he's able to be in the school. Now, whether the school is doing good or not, that is separate. So that's number one. So that is the mobility impact. And then the second part, I think very importantly, the family itself. So, this was in very remote parts of Punjab and, various districts. So, farmer background parents, and many of them daily wage earners, they work in another farm. And some of the stories we would hear this only, yes, I want my child to get educated, so I will go drop my child to school in the morning and then I bring them back. But then I end up spending close to 2.5 hours doing this. And the cost cut that I get is one thing. He also says, I'm always in some mental stress. My child might need me apart from this also, for which I might have to be called. And then I hear from my zamindar or whatever the person who is working for, we heard these stories. So when a child is able to go to school independently on their own, now the parents are it's not like they don't want to support their child, but now they can actually utilize their time for their own livelihood and, their own lives. And which overall then positively impacts the entire family. So I think that's one very important story that that we could see in Punjab itself. I think maybe I can just stop with this.
You're talking about a virtuous cycle rather than a vicious cycle, right? If they have more time to spend on livelihood, they will be earning more and maybe they buy a better wheelchair or a better, next model of yours, right? Right. So this is a very important point, that more will beget more kind of thing, I think obviously a lot of people know about the delivery partner model and many other things, but perhaps for, I think more, again, in the livelihood space, is there anything that you would like to add there? I would love to hear from you on that.
Perfect. So, I mean, why did we even do this? In fact, many people sometimes even ask me now, like, are you working for Zomato right now or are you working for New Motion? Because, sometimes this is the doubt people have.
Are you working for, sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I mean, this collab. Am I part-time working for Zomato right now or am I still part of New Motion? Because literally now some of the calls that I get are not ki, mujhe New Motion chahiye, mujhe Zomato mein job chahiye. Like, some of my calls have actually become that from end users. Very frankly, why did we start this? We we are a for-profit company. So yes, we have leads. We want them to buy a New Motion product. Many of them have the same standard response. मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है, so I don't know, but I really need this. मुझे ये चाहिए, but मेरे पास पैसे नहीं है. So obviously for us it was like, how do we solve this? Okay, we can help them with financing. Now financing, so who will give them a loan? Only if you have a CIBIL score, only if you have a track record, right? Now how will that come if they have a source of income? Again, vicious cycle. So how do we solve this? So finally it was like, how can NeoMotion give jobs? So I mean, we started our own ambassador program. We have NeoMotion champions in various cities, but how many will we also employ? So that's how this exactly came into picture. You know, we went to multiple partners, potential partners like this, like food delivery, newspaper delivery, milk delivery, and that's how this Zomato thing came into picture. Now, yes, while I think many of you might be aware of this collaboration, but yes, now it's like, now most importantly, what next? Like now we are very thankful that a lot of corporates and CSR corporates have supported the pilot of this concept in multiple cities and states, which is what was the need. I mean, first we needed the confidence that this will work. An end user should have the confidence that I can work, I can deliver a food packet on a wheelchair. End customers should be aware that yes, even on a wheelchair, my food will be delivered on time and in a safe manner. So the ecosystem confidence had to be done with the help of CSR. But now I think next it has to go into a financially sustainable model. So again, coming back to the first problem that I said, now, anyone should be able to get a loan from a bank, get a job. It can be Zomato or anything else. I mean, what we are trying to show is if somebody can do food deliveries, they can do other things also. I mean, food deliveries like in the scale of effort, I mean, it may be the highest, but somebody can actually get a job with an assistive technology like this and then pay back that loan, and then then it's a financially sustainable model. So number one, we will then not be relying on CSR as such, and CSR funds can be used for multiple other things. And I think secondly, what I texted you, ma'am, that today if say central government or anyone in their budgets, they allocate some crores for assistive technology. No, we don't need that money now. We can actually allocate that money for maybe financial liability. Somebody defaults, maybe the money is used for that.
Exactly.
But you don't have to allocate money for assistive technology. So I think that's where this would probably go, and that would be our vision. Yes.
No. So what I think we also wanted some actions out of this. So one of the actions we're talking about is, can we look at financing models, and I think it was in the earlier session there was funding and finance and all that discussed, but just it doesn't need to only be education loans, it can be an assistive age loan, etc., right? So I think that's a very important point, and I think we'll take that as an action. And just to let you know, and many of you all know, that almost 50% of persons with, of my colleagues at Enable India are persons with disability, and many are on a wheelchair. And a big call out to Siddharth and NeoMotion, because they're all, Koramangala doesn't look the same again nowadays. Each of these guys are zipping here, there, I mean, creating everybody is like, who are these people, eating, enjoying, partying, all sorts of things. And I have NeoMotion and Siddharth to thank. So thank you so much, Siddharth. Okay, so I will move on to my favorite topic, which is education and employment, but coming more to employment now. He's already laid the pipeline, so now we'll just, when I was looking at our statistics, almost 51% of the people that we placed are people with severe or multiple disabilities, and nothing would have been possible without what we call workplace solutions, where AT it's an amalgamation of different solutions, process changes, and it's like the seamless thing that, it takes care of everything. It's not just AT for the sake of AT. And I think we have, many folks here who can actually answer things to that. So I thought maybe, Shiva, shall I start with you? So I think from the work that you've done, even from a skilling point of view, there are, the AT has played a role, and in terms of employment. It would be great if you could just give us some examples, and also something that will help us to come to a couple of actions, Can just use the other one, maybe?
Is it fine?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So thanks. I'll just take, I'll just follow Sadagapan sir. He started with the 3 stories in the morning, so I'll start with some 3 stories. So In Vinmania Foundation, we primarily focus on skilling persons with disabilities, right? So that they can get a better paying job. That is what we focus on. And we placed a couple of people in a MNC. And so that particular MNC took people who are deaf, people who are blind, people who are wheelchair users and all that. And at one point in time, they came and said, okay, now can Vinmania upskill our employees with disabilities, right? So they told us to come up with the curriculum, we gave the curriculum and all that. So we told Power BI for the deaf and something else, which is non-Power BI for the blind. So the blind employees came and said, who are you to decide? You know, whether Power BI is something that you can only give it to the deaf and not to me. I said, boss, Power BI is a data visualization tool and you are visually impaired. He said, it's your problem. I want to learn. So you go figure. So then we came back and we are Power BI experts. So we trained our employee with visual impairment on Power BI. Then we learned that Microsoft already made it accessible. It's just that we were not aware, right? And then they were able to design things. They were able to create a lot of graphs and everything. Then we took it back to them. And trust me, they got very good, assessment marks at the end of it. So many times that awareness itself is not there. Assistive tech, some of the great companies are making it accessible, right? So that is the first one. And the second one was we started training persons with the neurodiversity also in prompt engineering, ChatGPT and everything, right? And then we told them how to give them prompts and all this wonderful stuff. Then during one of the sessions, I was just asking one person saying, can you create a pivot table for me? And he basically looked at me and said, I don't know how to create. Then he said, wait. Then he went to ChatGPT. Then he gave a prompt and he said, this is the Excel and I want to create this pivot table. Then it gave some things. He looked at it, he took that formula, he customized that formula. Then he created the pivot table and then said, Shiva, look at it. I said, wow. So this is the latest technology and a person with the neurodiversity, as long as we take them this one, right? I'll just take a few more minutes for the third story.
Yeah.
Right? So this happened with the person with the neurodiversity, which I was not aware that, they can comprehend it, use it, customize it, and then do that, right? And the third story was, 50% of our employees in Vinmania are persons across disabilities. And when we talked to our employees, one of the person with the visual impairment, Arun, he said, sir, I never got that opportunity to study STEM because my school teachers and college teachers said, you are exempted.
Yeah.
He said, who told me to exempt me? I don't want to be exempted. But they said, no, you have to take only non-STEM. He said, now the technology has come, can we do something about it, right? So then we worked with some organizations, said, to create an ecosystem, what do we need to do? Then they said, can we create STEM books? For example, chemistry, biology, and, all those things, not in Braille, but how do we make it accessible?
Yeah.
Because all these things have Greek symbols and all that. Absolutely. It's not very easy for us to convert that, right? Then, through other partners, we were able to find some solutions. We used AI, we used a lot of different things. Today, a combination of persons with the neurodiversity, persons with visual impairment, persons without disabilities, persons who are hearing impairment are creating that, STEM education. Now, those books are put into Bookshare, Sugamaya Pustakalaya and all that, right? So when you look at it, when you talk about this assistive tech, right? Number one, assistive tech is there.
Yeah.
But can we use that assistive tech and can we make a person with disability to use that assistive tech to make the life of other disabled person, their lives better? I think, and it's out there.
Yeah.
It's a matter of how do we harness that power? Awareness would be great, training them would be great, and definitely using that. I think that is what would help us in learning and helping them to get a job and to also succeed in the job.
Absolutely.
In all three, I think it will be very, very helpful.
There is a subtext to what you said. My choice, my aspiration, opportunity. I want to do something else, man. Yeah. Which is the reason I asked Siddharth more about girlfriend, boyfriend, because we as humans, we want something, not what you tell me, right? So I think this is very powerful what you have said. And, I think we'll come back to you on this, but actually I was planning to ask Roy, but I'm now going to segue to, to Vivek here in my, first of all, Vivek and I told Vivek one thing. We met when Hector had come over, who's this really AT expert, etc. And I just said, stop behaving like an NGO. you should be having, instead of Byju's on IPL, right? Microsoft should be marketing all their, these accessibility products. Okay, so, one action we are putting. Like, इसमें हम लोग आपको पूछ नहीं रहे हैं. We have to make sure that there's better awareness on the stuff, because I can tell you, we at Enable India, the kind of placements we have done, we have used Microsoft technologies a lot. The on-screen keyboard, the magnifiers, so many configuration settings. It's amazing. And we even made a video of it, which we shared with Microsoft years back. So, Janta, so just would like you to shed light. When we were speaking, you gave such brilliant examples of how, you almost said ki we are not doing an ehsan on somebody, and I'm getting Salman Khan's dialogue, mujh pe ehsan karo ki kuch ehsan mat karo. This is just to keep people awake, by the way. Okay. So, you said that this is not like we are trying to do, we have to do this, otherwise we'll not be competitive, the accessibility. And then you gave examples of how others were using it. I think that'll help, but action, yaad rakho. Yes.
I think it's always dangerous to be with Shanti, right? The kind of expectations that she would set. But, just the story that I heard before I started, right?
Just keep the mic a little closer.
Be it from Vineet, be it from Siddharth, be it from Shiva, all of whom are icons, right? The kind of work that is happening. At Microsoft, our mission is very clear. We want to empower every person and every organization on this planet to achieve more. And we are very, very clear that when you say every person, it includes people with disabilities. Yeah. And the definition of disability in India is a very curtailed one, right? Yeah. Because if you think of it from the global context, a lot of times people don't realize that, in other parts of the world, if we counted the list that is there globally, India mein number bahut bada hoga, right? And I think, when you talk about 1 in 7 people with disabilities, maybe 2 or 3 of them are sitting in India and China alone, right? And that is where the need for assistive technologies. I heard, when I was hearing a lot of stories from morning, I heard a lot about CSR. I heard a lot about, funding kahan se aayega. But I think the real thing is about also ensuring that for businesses, for corporates, they need to look at disability inclusion, not just as a responsibility, but it is also something which is a fundamental right. Yeah. Accessibility is a fundamental right for every single person. Shiva touched upon something very, very important. In the past, when we looked about disability inclusion, a lot of times we talked about a person having the problem. But we are shifting that lens to the environment having an issue, not being accessible, and what is that we can do about it. So at Microsoft, for every single product that we release, we have ensured that it is inclusive. You brought in a very, very important point that features to humne dal diye, right? We have put in all those accessibility features. But the reality, the harsh reality is, how many people are aware of it? Yeah. How many people are aware what all are the possibilities that are there today? And with every quarter, we are coming up with new features every single time. And the one piece that I feel is businesses need to look at disability as a strength. They need to look at the business case around why do you want to have disability inclusion, because it is as simple as saying that you're shutting down your door to every 7th customer who comes in. Yeah. So it's not just about you are doing yourself a favor by ensuring that every single dimension of the products that you release are accessible. Number 2, disability is not an on-off switch. I think that is the other myth that I feel a lot of people don't tend to understand, right? That they don't understand the spectrum that you spoke about, right? So even within accessibility, there are different forms that we need to invest in, and there is an opportunity for us to work in this space. Organizations end up benefiting a lot through...
Can I request you also to give the specifics, the examples that you had given me? I'd like you to touch upon that.
So what we spoke about is the fact that how does assistive tech, investment in assistive tech, how does it help people who do not have disabilities?
The screen blur and the other one
that is some piece which I want, and I think those stories become very, very important, because one thing a lot of people question us is, why does Microsoft invest in accessibility? What we realized is every feature on accessibility that we released is used multi-times more, maybe 7x, 10x more
by the others,
by people who do not have the disability.
Can you give an example?
I'll give you a very simple example. There's this girl, Shweta, And this is one of my favorite examples. Shweta was an engineer in India. She moved to US. And this was several years ago. She used the technology Skype, not Teams right now. It was Skype. And she had to speak to her parents. And when she was speaking to her parents, it was through lip reading, right? And when the lip reading was happening, there were a couple of things that were happening. There was a lot of disturbance in the background. The bandwidth was an issue. What ended up happening is she worked with the engineering team to build a feature which would blur the background so that the person who is speaking, that can be on focus. Now this one simple feature started off from there. But when COVID came, we realized when everyone had to go to work from home, we had to ensure that the network bandwidth was an issue. And if we use this feature, we could save a lot of bandwidth. Then the same feature came up because there is construction happening in the back end. Can we take that blur feature, put virtual backgrounds, and then eventually it came down to, ensuring that there is sound blur. So we don't talk about sound blur, but today if you go on Teams, right, you go on a Teams call, there is construction work happening at the back end. You may not be able to hear, but the samne wala person will not have any clue that there is a problem, right? You think of something like closed captions, right? We have enabled it. We have enabled it in Windows also now. You don't need to have internet, by the way, to have captions enabled. Live captions, you can do it without internet, right? If you just have to have it for the first time, so that you download the pack. Even without internet, you can have that. But the closed captions were meant for people who are hard of hearing. Where are we using it? You want to see Malayalam movies which have amazing content, right? I don't understand Malayalam movies, but I must have seen at least 100 movies thanks to closed captioning, right? This is where, you realize that when you design for persons with disability, everyone wins. And people figure out the way. We have designed so many tools like Immersive Reader, which was meant for people who were struggling to read, right?
Ben
people
is
with
putting
dyslexia.
his hand up. Den is putting his hand up because he's saying thank you for that.
But introduce this feature to your kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Look at, and these are not, kids who have any disability, but their attention span, their ability to grasp goes up so much, right? Because they're able to absorb. I have realized, I have an issue with my hearing in 1 year. I realized I started captioning, but then I realized very quickly that, look, the moment you do that, your ability to consume content goes up so much because you're hearing, but you're seeing it also.
Absolutely.
Right? So there are so many use case scenarios where you design for people with disabilities, but it eventually ends up. And when it comes to technology, it makes it easier for a lot of people, but it makes it possible for people with disabilities.
So first of all, I think we'll all have to say thanks to Shweta, for getting us that blur background going. I think I realized one insight. Though Microsoft and other companies are seeing that, disability is, working on it is important, I think there is still a charity mindset. I just realized this now, and not a demand mindset. Just to let you know that many of the folks at Enable India are using Apple phones. See, this is just to build a little competition here. Okay, and they're paying that much money because they get that many accessibility features. If you do not advertise for your features, so if you start looking at persons with disability as consumers, as customers, and as many of you know, we launched Purple Economy movement exactly for this reason, saying that there is an economy around persons with disability. And so I think with this, we'll have a strong case to go to Microsoft. I'm on your side, man. Don't worry. So Roy has been very patient, and I think I've known Roy for a long time, and there are two hats I would say, Roy. One is your own, personal experience of being with close friends with disability, the work that has happened in Dell, and then, of course, the fact that ability in tech and the work that you've been doing in NASSCOM. So I think just would love to hear from your experiences, and feeling so good to sit near you.
Absolutely, Shanti. I mean, it's such an honor to be with you. And, this really takes me back to, 8-9 years back in HAL.
Yeah.
Right? I was fairly new to Dell and had just taken up the role of program manager TNI. And I was very lucky to work with my colleague who was a person with disability. And that's where the journey started. And that's why, in many ways, it's accelerated so much in whatever I do today. And during that session, you had, I think Enable India coined that term, includability. Includability and
Quotient,
includable leaders.
Yeah.
That's like a drug. and what Shanti puts in a lot of people's head and stirs it, and then the output is different, right? And I'm saying, you know, forums like that, sessions like that are very important. And with all the solutions that we have, the assistive tech solutions and the possibilities and all of that, it starts from that thought. And which is why the includable leaders, the awareness amongst these leaders are extremely important. And I could talk about it because I am in a place, in a strategic place where, you know, we work with organizations that are in the skilling, and we also work with the industry.
Yeah.
We are in between, right? A lot of people look up to organizations like us to ask, what is next in technology? You know, how do we adapt? How do we grow? And at the same time, you know, since the charter of DNI is under me, I also start thinking of how do we include people, right? Women and all of that, easy. You know, we've done that for decades. We've fitted in well, progresses well. There is a new technology. There are thousands of women who come and learn, and there are platforms. And we've also been thinking, how do we create these platforms for persons with disabilities, people from the LGBTQ community and beyond? And it's not that, it's not possible, but it takes efforts. Like what Vineet was saying, all that you've done, you know, the hundreds of touch points you've had focus groups of kids to learn and design for them and then have different pedagogy, and that takes a lot of efforts. It's just not efforts. It takes a lot of understanding about the space. Now, how would you plug that into the workplace? Right? You know, it's twice the efforts of what it takes to probably bring a person with disability to that part. And that's exactly what we want to do, you know, since we are in that space. So we work with organizations who are, you know, in the skilling space, and also look at how do we upskill. Because we have, you know, the curriculums, the mentors and all of that, and the leaders who are wanting to do this. And how do we bridge that? And that cannot happen without a real life experience.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes me back to working with Deepa. You know,
Yeah.
Deepa is someone with spinal muscular atrophy, and when Deepa started working, you know, she had, luckily she had the kind of, I would say, formative years of support from her family to be able to, you know, come to college and then be able to be plugged into the workspace. And of course, assistive tech helped her, and
absolutely.
more than assistive tech, it was also the support system.
Yeah.
It was people like, you know, 10 other people like me,
and
the kind of leadership that was there. And you can only think about people with deaf blindness, people who are deaf, people who are visually impaired. How do you bring all of them? Disability is just not a person on a wheelchair. It's beyond that. How do you bring them? How do you, you know, teach them how to use a new iPhone or a new phone that is launched by anyone, or big data analytics or cloud computing or Internet of Things? How do you tell a deaf person what is Internet of Things?
Yeah.
What does he understand? What is his vocabulary? So, you know, there's lots more I think we all could solve, and it can be faster with all the advancements and the kind of people who are here, and everybody spoke in the first half. It's so amazing to see the kind of work you all do. But how do you make somebody else understand? I think that is the biggest problem, and that's where I think we bridge the gap. If we don't get to that faster, you know, we're just going behind with all these technologies. And also, another concern is the affordability and the gap between that. Affordability and the users, and you know, it could be CSR initiatives, it could be whatever kind of funding. But I think, how do you get people to think about it? We can't just complain saying that CSRs are not funding. But I think fundamental problem remains with the understanding of people in this space.
No, and I think this awareness regarding assistive technology, if the manager does not even understand that there is power, otherwise wo bolega. I mean, I still remember one of the managers calling me and telling me, I know this blind person is really good, but she is, you know, she is not, her formatting is bad. But I know you must be having some workplace solution thing. And that's when it's a feature. So it's not even about assistive technology, it's about the feature of how you use that assistive technology. And then it was corrected, right? So it's that level of awareness, and that's why they contacted. Otherwise, they would just think that she is not a good employee, you know. So, okay, I think I was hoping we'll get this much time, and we've got about 15 minutes to open the floor for your reflections, your anything that can move us towards actions. I'm Arman, I'm very committed to, मेरा brief था action and takeaways होना चाहिए. I hope आप next time भी मुझे arm twist करेगा. Yeah, he arm twisted me and him to come here, so you know, I'm doing my job. Yes, yes, Srini, if somebody can pass the mic to him. And request you to keep your question short so that the panelists can answer. You could do it in sign language. That was just my plug for sign language.
Hi, everybody. So if you actually look at a lot of the assistive solutions that we saw from Microsoft and other companies, many of them are originally designed to assist some people with disabilities, but eventually it's actually helping everybody else, including one of the examples will be the dark mode, right, which used to be high contrast, helping people with low vision and all. But eventually, most of us in this room would be using it. So one of the things I was thinking is that all of this, since we're talking about 80 segments since morning, right, and 80 in the industry itself, how about we actually start thinking on the lines of, rather than just thinking about exclusively on assistive technology for people with XYZ disability, excluding for specific reasons, but how about actually thinking on the lines where it actually emphasis is on the persons with disabilities, but eventually helps the other segments as well. That will actually increase the market size.
Yeah, it's a very good. I think anybody can answer this, including you, because I feel what you're talking about is if I can, from the beginning, look at a larger mainstream audience, then you know, there'll be more investment, etc., put in it, perhaps. You know?
I think you're absolutely right. You know, accessibility cannot be a bolt-on, which in many cases is the thing. When it comes to product development, a long time ago, you know, the way things worked was, eventually when you came closer to release, you would look at, is it accessibility friendly? Nahi hai, then it. Now we need to ensure that every single product, and this is not just for, you know, I'm talking more from a product and feature standpoint, but any service that we are talking of, right? The kind of audience that you look at, right? You need to look and design your products which are going to cater to every single one. And it has to be not just products. It has to be policies, processes, everything that you work on should factor in disability, and not just disability, every form of diversity in everything that you do. That is only when you design universal products. You know, today when we looked at some of the challenges, we are looking at how do you design for disability, but how do you, you know, sometimes when we are asked this question, when it comes to hiring, a lot of times the question comes is, can we hire for a disability? And eventually we realized, we started that first, but then we realized, why do you want to limit any role to a disability? In fact, I remember a couple of weeks ago, we did this hiring program for neurodiversity. And I got mails from people within the organization itself that, why are you saying that it is specifically meant for people with you know, neurodiversity? Every single role that is available should be available to anyone with disability, because AT enables you to bridge that gap, right? And I think you bring in a very, very important question, and a very important thing that I think not just products and services, but every organization should look at.
So I think you've touched upon the point which is about AT being helping diverse job roles to happen. But I'm taking something else from Srini, your point, wondering whether philosophically within Microsoft, is the, see, you know that arey wo blur iske liye tha and it's now available for everybody. Is this philosophically kind of now in the DNA ki we will make something for the edge case? Basically disability is an edge case. But ultimately, is this kind of really permeated through the organization? Maybe
through
because
the
of Satya
organization, yes. And I think Satya's leadership, I think, you know, Satya's leadership has changed a lot of things. Not that accessibility did not exist. You know, if you think of sticky keys and all, they were in 1995, we had all those features. But now every product that is released has to have passed that accessibility check, and it has to be a part of the inclusive design. You don't think of accessibility later on, right? It doesn't, the grading of the product itself won't happen in case you don't have accessibility. But I think the opportunity is still a lot more, because, you know, while Microsoft can build hundreds of solutions, I think it takes a village to get this entire thing, right? Right from the family,
Yeah.
right?
Sorry, I'll stop you here because I want to hear from more questions. If you don't mind, I'll just, because I know we are limited time. Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
So, two short questions here. That is, kind of, there are features of products which we negate after a while, but those features are very useful features. I can't take names of those features, but some features gets discarded after a time, after an upgrade. Okay, but those features are very useful features. Okay, so how can we understand that which are the features that we don't need on accessibility and which are the features that we need on accessibility? This is number one. And my second question is, for me, myself, my personal vended agenda, that is, when can I see integration of read aloud option in PPT and Excel?
So, personal agenda baad mein le lo bhai. But yes, I think, and I want to make sure we have questions for the other panelists also, but yes, you can just give a short answer.
I'll answer it later on,
Yeah.
but what we do is we look at telemetry of every feature being used, how much it is being used, and then we try to take some of those calls. If a feature is discarded, there has to be very, very strong business case to do that. And most of the times, it has to be a better feature that is available which replaces it. Many times what happens is, when we do that, many people are not aware of the new features that have come in, but they are still stuck to the old version. So there is, most likely we are just adding to those features. There could be something else where we have tried to incorporate that.
And I think maybe, Shiva, we have a role to play also to make sure to keep, folks straight, saying that, dekho bhai, this is what people are using. Just making the NGO side pillar stronger. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I wanted deaf participation. Please go ahead. Oh, using the... We're just waiting for the mic. The sign language interpreter. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. I am Punyat. I am deaf. I am studying here at IIITB. I'm doing my PG diploma in product design and management. So a little bit of feedback that I have regarding the Microsoft features. I have 2 points. The Microsoft Teams that we use, it lacks complete accessibility in the point that where the size of the screen size is not adjustable, especially when a deaf person wants to have the interpreter's window enlarged. That is not possible. So Zoom has that feature, but Microsoft Teams doesn't have, so that is a concern of ours. Then also another thing is, we have been given Microsoft Office 365 for our use, however, for accessibility purpose, but the transcription services are very limited because it has to be paid and we have to get permission and all that. So it involves a long process. So just request that all the accessibility features be made available for us. So yes, earlier version did have that, but now at the college when we've been given this particular software and we are not able to use it completely. So we face certain limitations here and there. So just requesting that. So yes, and Microsoft Office 365 has everything embedded in it, and it just helps us to have all the features enabled. So that's a suggestion that I have for you.
Thank you so much for your feedback. I think we have to understand it in a little different way here. I mean, if you notice, this is becoming a session where people are giving feedback about products. What does it mean? There is one, there is 80, and that means we have not created spaces where, so maybe as part of this accelerator, I think the biggest action is, can we create spaces where these feedback are given, and people are going to be very happy. Oh my God, every 3 months, I don't even need to do all these great researches and spend a lot of money on it. Log aake bol denge, So I think it's important that we, keep those spaces. And I'm going to plug the IIITB inclusive product design course that Professor Amit and others run, and they are folks who can be hired by you because he's part of that same course, and they are ready for hire. Professor Amit, good idea, no? Plugging, because this will also take care of things, hiring people. They already have people, but we are going to have at least a good cohort of.
Sure. He is available to be recruited now, immediately.
See, with such good feedback, I hope I have racked one number of placement right here. IIITB, we'll discuss the placement fee later. Yeah, so, but I think this is such a beautiful point. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Dr. Alim has a question or a point.
Okay, so hello everyone. My question is like AT. There are like many ATs for the deaf people. In future, maybe new things will come. For example, AI. So when AI is developed, it is possible that it will replace interpreters. So what is your perspective and what do you think about that? Like in workplaces, education, where it's not easy to find interpreters, that's not enough. It is possible maybe AI will replace them. What do you think? So what is the vision for that?
Is it about replacing or adding, because we have kind of less interpreters? Okay, so it could be adding or replacing, that's what he's saying. Yeah, anybody here? Yeah.
I can share a perspective on this one because there are new features where we are already bringing in interpreters into teams. That would be there. And I do understand that, this sometimes also is a double-edged thing, right? Because if you try to bring in automation in such a manner that, it makes it difficult for people with sign language interpreters, right? You don't want to do a thing where it cuts on the jobs that are there for the sign language interpreters, and we are very sensitive about that piece. But at the same point of time, we do realize that there, having interpreters, the number of interpreters that we need in every single meeting, to ensure every single meeting, there are millions of meetings that happen every single day.
Exactly.
And having every meeting accessible is very, very difficult. And until unless we do it through technology, it becomes very, very difficult. So we are looking at it. We have already prototypes of American Sign Language, which is already there in the works. We want to ensure that Indian Sign Language comes in the future. But there is already, in our beta phase, we already have a lot of prototypes where we have implemented sign language with ASL. So as it expands, right, certainly it will come in, but we are trying to bring that feature within Teams itself so that as people use it, the need for interpreter and every single meeting can be accessible. Sometimes
absolutely.
the number of interpreters needed is very, and we don't know who needs it, who does not need it. So we want to ensure that we make it a part for every, and it's one of the features that will be upcoming, and every meeting after that can be accessible.
Super. And since if you need ISL, I think you have a partner in the room who could help you out with. Please put your hand up there. So just making the linkages, that's another action we'll take. I think Vineet, you wanted to share something, and maybe this is the last. I think we are just close to 3:30. So if you can end,
I just wanted to add to, Vivek's perspective on using AI, especially from the perspective of interpreter. And
just be a little louder.
Also, there is one more use case which I think about. See, one of the fundamental things that we also bring in the education system or the learning when we bring that is UDL, the Universal Design Language. It is in this perspective where, we have to adopt UDL framework to the needs of the local, nuances, culture, and the social impact. And when I talked about the development, the learning development, right, the difference in respect to the pace of learning, the style of learning, it is here that the scope of AI comes into picture, where you can recognize a student's or a child's specific needs and brings about a content that is relevant to that particular
super
using the UDL framework.
Thank you so much.
And also we are working with TAST to kind of bring some certain framework to the Indian context.
I think I just want to add to this. IIITB has you'll work on digital public infrastructure. I think having enough data sets and kind of putting it in Bhashini is the better way forward, because then you will implant it just like how you have other things like a public road. DPI means that it will be available for everybody, and it will be, and the government can do that more. So maybe that's what has to happen. I think we have just run out of time. I want to first of all thank the panel. And I want to thank NCPEDP, Arman, whoever the funders are, and this wonderful IIITB location, accessible and lovely location, for having me and everybody else here. Hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, everyone. I would request Mr. Arman Ali to felicitate our moderator and panelist.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have come to an end of the panel discussion. Now we have a round table free floor discussion on the ideas that we have discussed since morning. So I would request that the seats which are empty in the front can people from this row behind it can come forward and take. Please. Can you please facilitate, Asifa? Vivek, Roy, Shiva, please don't leave. Sushmita, please come forward. Yeah. That we are holding this event that we know we're talking about since morning, reimagining the path for inclusive, for assistive technology. And since morning we have heard various people speak around issues of assistive technology of people with disability vis-a-vis education, employment, accessibility in general. This session we thought, would be a good open session where we can discuss what are the, what potential that we have in the assistive technology market through inclusive and strategic approaches. Highlighting, very importantly, the cross-sectoral approach. People only with organizations of disabled people and funder cannot solve it. It has to have government, it has to have civil society organization, corporate, investor, and many others. So what are the potentials that we can have in private-public partnership, research and development? How can we scale up? How can we have more domain expertise? How do we involve people with disability, their feedback if there is innovation for them in any product or any services? Are we taking it to the the people with disability right at the grassroots and kind of validating these products or services that we and to create this ecosystem where assistive technology is not an afterthought, it comes with a system. One of the favorite words which Shanti keeps on using is system making, right? How do you create systems around assistive technology? How can we are able to have a more collaborative work where we create a large platform where we are not working in silos? We have some very important people in the room right now since morning. I would request Mr. Pradeep Gupta to share his initial thoughts and we can then move around.
Hello? Yeah, okay. No, it is. Yeah. So, we've had great discussions since the morning. And for some of the people who have just joined right now, let me just create that background about the entire discussion. NCPEDP, along with various other academic partners and funders and STPI and SIDBI and so on, is creating a assistive technology hub. The purpose of this assistive technology hub basically is that how can we get assistive technologies, research taking place, how can we have startups coming into that area, how can we actually work with the entire sector, how can we ensure that there are solutions which are created and then those solutions are taken to the market and they become fundable and, those companies grow. Earlier on I had said that 25 years back when TIE was started in Delhi, at that time the startup ecosystem was in its infancy. There was one venture company which was available and there were some people who had started doing sort of mentoring and so on. Cut to today, 25 years later, when you have the Startup Mahakumbh, you have more than 40,000-50,000 people attending the entire event and large number of startups which are there in the ecosystem, and today the startup ecosystem is absolutely thriving. So what can we do in terms of ensuring that what we are starting today again translates into that kind of a success as far as the future is concerned. The potential is enormous, and therefore if the potential is enormous, there are going to be enormous challenges also. And it has to be an ecosystem play, because it is not something which is possible for one group of people or one company to do, but many, many more people have to come together. Just as in the startup ecosystem, a number of funding agencies that came up, number of mentoring organizations, number of academic institutions started having incubators and so on. So you need to create that entire ecosystem to have very meaningful assistive technology implementations take place. So that is, just to sort of a catch up of what had happened in the morning. And then, of course, there were discussions about what are some of the challenges, are there enough deal flow that you are getting, are there enough innovations happening at the colleges, are there enough funding support which is available, is the government policy in the right place, are the go-to-market challenges being addressed, is there enough money in the hands of the buyer, or do they see the benefit by which they can actually buy assistive technologies, or does it have to be a model where it has to be subsidized time and again? Those were some of the thoughts which were expressed by people right throughout the day. And of course, in the last session, we had discussions on the entire employability and the education aspect of disability, so that how can we bring inclusion into the mainstream. So perhaps to begin with, my suggestion is that, the people who have not been there in the morning, perhaps they might want to add a few words to start off the discussion. So Ravi, may I request that we start with you? And my request also to everybody would be that, just briefly state what you are doing and so on, so that everybody else has a background about the work that we are doing, and then after that, if you can give your comments.
Great, okay. You must have heard my colleague Prateek this morning. I am with the Assistive Technology Foundation. While we believe that, Microsoft and other large companies are doing some very good work with technology. I was with Microsoft before. So, but at the same time, we believe the change agents in this ecosystem will come from entrepreneurs who are actually not just building technology in a very different way, but also coming up with very innovative business models, innovative distribution models, innovative pricing models that will disrupt this market, because the incumbency has not been able to disrupt this market so far. And the kind of inefficiencies in the ecosystem of reaching the people that it is built for is so difficult. It's so fragmented and so price prohibitive, cost prohibitive that we can't do certain things. So we celebrate the work of these startups to actually bring about these innovations and take them to the ecosystem in a much, much more disruptive way. That's what Assistive Technology Foundation does. And when we started our journey in 2018, there were no more than about 50 startups in the assistive technology space. And today we have about 500 of them. Is it huge compared to what PG alluded to, saying, we had a few startups, now we have 1.4 lakh startups in India? Not there, but definitely, very good to see this kind of innovation coming from the grassroots. And a lot of these companies, that startups, are not necessarily in the large metros. They're actually in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That's even more heartening to see how they are actually coming about doing these things. Now, what we have done is, while we are also an ecosystem builder, we bring in the governments, we bring in large corporations, research organizations, and all that. We also feel that whoever has struggled through the initial days and built something of substance, they should not fail. They should succeed somehow. So we have one very specific way of working with these companies to make sure that they are successful, because they have spent maybe 5-6 years of their lives building the product, either because they felt it themselves or they have seen it in the family or friend circle, and they want to solve this problem and they're passionate about it. As it is, being an entrepreneur is very difficult. Being an entrepreneur in the assistive technology space is even more difficult. So to make sure that these guys are successful is what we have taken upon ourselves to make happen. And if they are successful, then there will be role models for another 10 to 100 more entrepreneurs to take on problems in the assistive technology space and solve them. And that's what we are hoping to see, that 50 became 500, 500 becomes 5,000 in the next 5-6 years. So this is kind of the work that we are doing, and we have seen successes. We have close to about 30 crores to 50 crores that have been raised. Very small compared to what the tech startups that you hear about in Economic Times and Mint. A lot of good things that you see. The numbers have so many zeros after that compared to what assistive technology companies do. But we're hoping that will change. So first thing we are trying to do is to bring more and more investors to see this as a viable sector to actually go in and invest in. Now our traditional way to go is, we want to go to a VC. Now most of these VCs have actually taken their monies from LPs who are very clearly telling them that this is the kind of returns I would like to see. These limited partners are very clear, it's all financial returns, it's nothing about impact, which is it's nothing wrong with that, but that's how these VCs are built, and they are now giving quite a good coverage for all the startups in India today. There are not enough of these impact investors in this Indian ecosystem today. There are a few of them, they are doing some good work, but not all of them are also focused on the assistive technology space. They are doing other things as well in other places. And this is where I feel all the way from getting that cadre of investors into this Indian ecosystem is essential, very, very essential, to even people before that. We find that the angel investors, if they have a choice between putting it into a tech company to an assistive tech company, they would rather put it into the tech company. Why? There's a lot more comfort there. This is well, they love the passion of the entrepreneur, they love the impact that they see, the use cases they see, but somehow they can't bring themselves to making that investment. So we don't have the cadre before that of angel investors in the ecosystem today who will actually take this leap of faith and help this entrepreneur to solve the problem that they're solving in a much, much larger way. They will solve the problem. They'll have a prototype or they'll even have a product, but they can't do hundreds and thousands and millions of these products just because they don't have the capital and therefore do not have the impact. So we need to see a lot more of that happening, all the way from the fund of funds being set aside specifically for assistive technology funds to be in India that will do this. Now, one of the ways in which we can even sweeten the pot is to say assistive technology, as Shanti pointed out, is not just for people who are permanently disabled. It could also be for temporarily disabled, which pays for itself. People who have just had a stroke or a surgery, coming out of the hospital, need to be rehabilitated. There's a lot of assistive technology that will pay for itself. That may be a temporary and a small segment, yet significantly lucrative. But even bigger market that we are asking our startups to focus on is the aging population. They also need a whole lot of assistive technology, and they also can afford a lot more than the other folks. How do we make them much more open to the idea of serving them? Because that market is very well defined, commercially viable, that they can go after. And that's what we are beginning to create, so that the mix of revenues are a little bit more attractive for the investors than to just say, hey, we are going to solve this big problem and go after that. So we're beginning to see some shifts, but I think a lot of reimagining has to happen to see significant changes in the funding ecosystem here in India. And whatever ideas you have to make these guys much more successful, be very happy to listen to them.
So Ravi, with your experience of these 500 companies, are you saying that the primary, if there were 1 or 2 or 3 challenges that you find are paramount, it seems to be funding, because that is the first thing that you have talked about. Is that the biggest roadblock which is there?
Yeah, for the companies that have actually come to the top. So for example, out of the 500, we are working directly with 52 of them.
Right.
Now with just the 52 of them alone have already touched the lives of 1 million people.
Right.
Just 52 of them. Imagine we can do so much more. So they are not able to scale beyond a certain point. So they are doing this purely through revenue. And we would like to see a lot more funding coming in so that they can do this much faster.
So funding, and therefore you're also suggesting dual use technologies so that it could be applicable for senior citizens and so on. We do have some funds here. Would gentlemen from Kalari, any of you would like to make any comments?
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Gautam. Myself and Aditya also, we're part of Kalari Capital's investments team. But yeah, very happy to be here, and we can give you a bit of perspective on at least how, from an investment perspective, the space is looked at, of course, in terms of assistive technology, and even in the broader terms, like Sir said, about elder care and where these innovations are happening. So, of course, I think first things first, funding is difficult in this space. But where it gets challenging is, I think, while making companies, there are 2 things, right? Revenue and cost. At least what we've seen in the West is you can demand much more price for a service or a product you give. and you'll have a higher cost, but you'll still end up making money, and that, of course, then you have a successful business. But in India, I think, like as our country is, of course, we obviously don't have the propensity to pay that much. The total, I think, GDP, like per capita income lies around $2,500, which is nowhere near what West is. But at the same time, the technologies would be almost on par with the West. That means your cost is also on par with the West. So I think the real question, at least from an investor perspective, also what we try to look at is, where is the innovation happening at the manufacturing level of these products? Can these new age products be manufactured in a way where the cost is also 10x less? You can keep the price then accordingly, where people will be able to afford these kind of products and services. And I myself look at the AI space per se. And today, I think, of course, AI in itself won't be solving a lot of these problems. But can a revolutionary tech like that bring your costs down in terms of manufacturing, in terms of compute, which happens in a lot of these electronics, hearing aids, vision aid. And I think these are the kinds of revolution which, if brought at a manufacturing level, can really aid the scale of these businesses, especially in our country. But yeah, I mean, of course, I'll give it to Aditya to add.
Hi everyone, privileged to be amongst this audience of various stakeholders in the ecosystem. I particularly look at health investments at Kalari. So I think Sir rightly pointed out that there are adjacent market spaces that can be really huge to target. Two of which we are specifically excited about is one, the elderly care market, which is expected to be almost a $50 billion opportunity in India itself by 2050. We are expected to have about 347 million seniors who are more and more living in nuclearized families. And here the kind of audience you're targeting has high propensity to pay at the end of the day, because essentially any service that's going to be catered to senior care or for senior households is either going to be bought by their children, which are primarily people living outside of the country with high propensity to pay. So that becomes an attractive market to sort of target. And even your distribution game becomes interesting, because you can go via B2C route where you're targeting towards these more experienced NRI consumers who are young adults who are willing to sort of invest in more of these tech solutions. And beyond that, even if you go with the B2B route, it's also becoming more and more a mature ecosystem, such as what we see in the US or Canada, where senior care houses, assisted living houses are becoming more of a reality. And anybody within an assisted living house or homes, and we have seen larger players also come in, a lot of startups also building into this space. Anybody there is probably suffering through some sort of a condition, whether it's chronic disease, whether it's some form of disability that they have to counter. So their propensity to pay for their own consumers also becomes more. So then you have your B2B and B2C route also sorted after, where you're dealing with consumers that present a large market A, and B have a higher propensity to pay at the end of the day. Second, even globally, we have seen solutions catering to specific disease verticals with a software and tech-first approach have been growing really well. So for example, in the US, there's this company called Be My Eyes that's simply a mobile application that leverages OCR and AI, where users can simply point at something, and then there are individual volunteers who'd help them, who'll sort of assist them into seeing what they're actually pointing out. It can be as simple as maps or metro stations, and some volunteer in real time sort of comes in, assists you in that space, right? And this company has raised over $10 million right now. There's an Israeli company that's specifically dealing with cerebral palsy and sort of amplifying their speech and making it easier to understand with a very software-first approach. So I think while we do look at SaaS and AI startups, as Sir said, raising a lot of millions and billions and going ahead in funding, I think looking at these problem spaces with a more tech-first approach
can be very interesting, where you can actually build a defensible tech that's not just for India but for the globe, and actually does deliver like good value to the consumer or the caregivers or the medical professionals who are actually sort of providing their care. So here there's a direct advantage that you provide them in terms of X% efficiency, X% decrease in costs, or X% increase in accuracy purely in diagnosis when you're dealing with medical health professionals, right? So your value proposition in the sense becomes much more strong when dealing with such companies. And I think even if we look at more of the hardware domain, which a lot of assistive tech is sort of targeting, it's quite interesting that India has great policies right now that can provide you a great price arbitrage in terms of exports, especially when you're dealing in the entire medtech ecosystem as a whole. So any exoskeleton, any sort of wearable device that you're offering, whether it's for hearing, whether it's for walking, whether it's for optical purposes, your manufacturing gets sorted with a lot of subsidies that the government is providing, and then your export market to MIA, to sub-Saharan African countries sort of also opens up. So there you have a good sort of market to also target, which makes your business at the end of the day much more investable.
Yeah, I have a couple of points here. Now, see, I would like to look at the AT subsystem as something like your microfinance in the 90s. Microfinance was supported for about 10-15 years by government grants, a lot of grants, till their viability and model was established, and then it became that commercial VCs could invest in it. The AT space has not gone through that. It has to go through that evolutionary phase where there is capital that is involved, not necessarily patient alone, but something that can be granted, right? And I think we need to build sources of funds that can grant money for developing the ecosystem. So it should not be LP based, number one. Then what should it be based? Can it be based out of CSR funds or VC funds? They actually have to pay, they have a budget for CSR. So if you have 15-20 VCs pitching in about 2 to 3 crores each, you could build a 30-40 crore fund. No LPs, no returns, nothing. Then that gives you far greater flexibility to invest, to take good risks, and at the same time build the ecosystem far better than you can with commercial capital. That's one. Second is, we have a basic flaw in this ecosystem. If you look at the commercial startups, they start with a problem. They know the size of the problem, they know the kind of people who have this problem, they're able to estimate the market sizes and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we don't have data. And the data rests with the government, and the government is not going to share the data with you. So we need some framework for being able to get data from the government to look at whether or not a problem, if you address a problem, will you have a viable market or not? That's number one. Second is, person from ICMR spoke about using the infrastructure of the wellness clinics and all that. The government is an elephant to dance with, and the elephant should be willing to dance with you, right? We don't know how to make the elephant dance. Now, you may have a wellness center in every village, so what? How would it be made accessible to startups? If that model is clear, then at least for funding we can say, how do we scale reach? How do we reach the remotest corners? And this, what do we expect as a market size? Is an easier thing to do. I think if some of these points are addressed, and I'm not saying you'll find a solution, we have pointers and some developments here, it places us in a much better situation to be able to build business models and show viability of the sector.
Sure. Okay. So I'm just putting on one more hat, which is of being an angel investor also. So, you know, as Ravi had earlier mentioned, it is true that as angel investors, you would like to put it in a sector where the returns can come faster. However, in the Indian Angel Network, we created a very interesting model where we decided to invest in biotech companies, and with co-investment coming in from BarrierBreak. So it was we created a group called the Biotech Angels. And the moment we did that, then a lot of people became interested because it was cutting their risk down to half. So perhaps we should look at those sort of models which are there. And by the way, I'm also on the investment committee of the Fund of Funds. So the 10,000 crore Fund of Funds which had been created has been hugely successful. And now, of course, in the budget, there is another 10,000 crore which has been given. But aside from that, there was also a smaller fund which was created, which was called the EDF, Electronic Development Fund, which I think was some 3,000-4,000 crores. So again, as a sector, if we go to the ministry and if we propose that a fund of funds, which we can do the calculation, and what we can say is that this is the kind of a fund of fund that would be there. Because once there is a fund of fund, some of the venture capitalists may put together theses which are, long-term capital, lower returns, and there are lots of people who are willing to invest into those sort of ventures also, where, they want to see impact rather than just returns. So that is yet another thing that can be done. But he had made a statement about that it is very difficult to dance with the elephant. So may I request you, Ravinder ji, to...
I think you have raised a very, very important point. It is not easy for us to convince the government. Even while sitting within the government, you have to make a case. And for the case, you need data. For data, you need a lot of efforts. And unfortunately, because of the COVID, we had some difficulties, and then came that the lot of data was, hacked from ICMR website. I think maybe because the hackers are much smarter than what we can do or protect our data. So, and after that, the difficulties which we had to, make the data secure was very, very, and even today, and we are struggling with that. Once that we get the data and we put financials to that, I think it's very easy for us to convince the government. I had discussions with PMO and very frank discussions that why do you think that assistive technology is important for India? I told that because India is in a position to lead globally, not only in Southeast Asia, but globally we are in a position to lead. And now we are working on the policy and we are working on creating these systems to respond to what we are saying. So it's not very difficult to, make elephant dance, but we will be able to do that.
You had a...
Yeah. So I just would like to make a couple of points here. That is, one about the delivery mechanism, because we need to replicate models, because India has various models of replication or delivery that we can think of and take. So we know that products are there, market is there, but delivery mechanism is not happening or it's getting missed out somehow. So it's not the question of the product or the market. Both of them are there. So I can tell you one analogy that can be replicated. So we all know the kind of policy of power to be disseminated in the villages. Previously the policy was that any village having a pole of electricity is considered to be having electricity. But when the last mile connect, the thought came, and it was realized that it is not happening. The households are not getting the electricity. Then a new concept came that each house of a village, unless that gets electricity, it's not going to be called 100% electricity has been given. So like this, we need to bring out these models, and we need to understand which are the models that can be replicated when we are talking about reaching the last mile, because product, the market, the bridge has to be made, and the bridge would give us the whole perception change, because that is the two verticals. One is the investment. Investors would only come when they see value in it, grants would completely kind of make people dependent on grants. And as a startup mentor, I can tell that I encourage my startups not to go for grants in the beginning, because that would create a bad precedent. Because with the grants, the work can get lowered and can get diminished, because you are going into that comfort zone. So don't go to the comfort zone, work towards the zone that the delivery mechanism can be made. With that, one more additional thing that I want to mention is that the market, total population of disability, if we count, 90% of the population of disability lives in the developing nations. Yes, India has a huge potential for becoming a lead in the global south. Again, I don't believe that it's difficult to work with anybody. We just have to have the approach and the mindset, knocking the door.
So, since you mentored a number of 80 startups, what would be, say, the two most important interventions you think are required?
Number one, making each of them are innovators, not entrepreneurs. The journey from making an innovator to entrepreneur, that's a journey. When the startups start their journey, they are only happy to disseminate the service, but that is not sustainable in long term. That thought to go in, I have my mentees here, so I'm very happy to tell that thought of making them understand the value of money is very important, because innovators are innovators. They will innovate something for the need of the society. But to develop a business case is very important. This is number one. Second point that I try to do is to make them go deeper into the grassroots, to understand the problem in the consistent way, so that they can bring and modify the product, not remake, modify the product for the product market fit. So these are the two key things that I do with my startups.
Thank you, Dan. Can I now request, Naina, if you have any points to make, and after you maybe Mehul, what are the challenges that you're facing? You are into mobility,
yes.
and so.
Yeah, I am Naina Padki, founder of TrueAssist. So at TrueAssist, we develop assistive tech solutions for vehicle, where we manufacture the swivel seats mechanisms for car which go into the existing cars, make it accessible for people with disability and senior citizens. Like we were talking, like more than 50% of our customers are also senior citizens. And we started off doing these solutions for people with disability, and then we realized senior citizens start calling us, and then now today they are also our major customers. And when we discussed from the sessions in the morning, right? We have come to a plateau level where we are doing certain revenues. Now, how to go beyond that? That is the challenge we are facing. So we are trying out many things. We are trying to solve. We know that there is a challenge. For example, one initiative that we recently launched is to make accessible taxis just to a Bangalore airport. That's one of the very big challenges, and we started doing that. But it's not easy with having only 1 or 2 cars flying to the airport. We need a fleet. We need support of VIAL for that. And we need support of the ecosystem for that. But how do we do that? If I am going to run around just doing all the bureaucracy and all, then who will run the company? So I am in that kind of a situation today. We have a great product. We are partnered with Hyundai. We are working with Maruti. We are working with Skoda, Volkswagen. Almost all car companies, we have showcased our product. We have a great product. But how do we scale it? How do we make people of India know that this product is available in India for them? So that is where we are currently facing issues.
Awareness is a challenge for you, and investment also is a challenge?
Yes, investment is the challenge. If I had investment today, probably I'll run an ad. Probably I'll put big billboards on their way to the airport and tell that now you can book such a taxi. And the billboard cost is for a month, it's around 6 lakhs. So if I'm going to spend 6 lakhs on one billboard, then how will I run the show today? So that's a chicken and egg problem. If I had money, then I'll scale. If I don't have, then this is where I am currently. So I come to a plateau and now I want to go up from here. That is where I am.
Mehul?
Yeah. Hello everyone. This is Mehul. I am from Multifly. Multifly is all about adaptive clothing solutions for persons with disability, elderly and patients. We have some amazing products. For spinal cord injury patients, we have amazing products. For the caregivers who are taking care of elderly people who are bedridden, we have products for cancer patients. Yep. We have products for autism, for their therapeutic use. The challenge here is basically, again, creating awareness, because what I've observed is that people don't know about us a lot. We have gone to St. John's Hospital. We are part of the PMR division. They call us whenever they have exhibitions, and they are surprised to know that we didn't knew that you existed, or this kind of product solutions existed. We go to elderly care homes. We go to NGOs in smaller rural Karnataka, especially the ones who does rehabilitation. Okay. Having said that, what we have realized is that keeping apart the elder care part, the persons with disability in India, they are from rural background, and many of them can't afford to buy our products. Okay. Maybe because of the charity model which is going on, or something else. We also employ persons with disability, and that's where we started. We started with the whole idea of giving them meaningful employment, thanks to Brindam, my wife and co-founder, done a project through Enable India. We all know that this is going to be a long journey, and we have to be in the game for a longer time, and that's where we would require investments. On the other side, we are trying to pitch in our products to markets like Canada. We had a nice meeting with UHN and the research team in UHN yesterday evening. We have been in talks with organizations which work in Israel and Gaza, the one in Singapore and in Japan for elder care. But yes, to reach to them also, we are looking for funds. It will require some time to crack the deal. And if we have to subsidize products for Indian market to reach to the poorest of poor person who would benefit from some amazing products what we make, we would require some runway, and that will come from funding, and we would require a longer runway.
Thank you. Arun, you joined just now. If you want to share your part of story, I mean, you do interesting work, and where are you? What are your challenges that you face, and some success also that you can share?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Arun Cherian from Rise Bionics. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I don't know where to begin. God has been kind, and today we don't have a funding problem. Rise Bionics doesn't have a funding problem. In fact, I'm getting heat from my investors that I'm not burning the money fast enough. But I have a problem. I thought money was the issue. Now that I have money, money is not the issue. So I will not take too much of time, but work is good. We started off from no prosthetists to 6 prosthetists. We are 25. We've been able to help. Just last year itself, we were hitting milestones where what we were doing in 1 year, we were doing in 1 month. And today the question I ask my team is, where are the patients? Where are the children? tell me, tell me we're not solving a big problem. Because if we are solving a big problem, where are the children? So again, I don't want to take too much of time, so I will stop for now and I'll hand over. And of course, if there is furthermore, I'll be happy to chime in. But the point is, today for me, money is not the problem, and I still have many problems to deal with.
One piece that I wanted to talk about specifically, since we have been talking about funding since morning and the challenges that comes with funding, I thought it's only appropriate to talk about the grants that are there from Microsoft. One of the things that we have done is we have an accessibility for AI grant, which is worth $25 million, which is meant for innovation in solutions that are for accessibility and are affordable tech. So there is an underlying affordable tech, because we do realize that when we look at the AT ecosystem, there is a need for us to build affordable tech. So if there is innovation that is happening in that space and you apply for this grant, you just don't get the funds you get the Azure credits, you get the compute power, you get the capability, you get engineering assistance. But at the same point of time, you also get mentorship along with it, where we allow you to work with teams which are specializing in that product. We help you connect with that ecosystem of ex-grantees. And we also try to ensure that while we are using our own infrastructure to promote a lot of the innovation that's happening in this space. When it comes to AI, there are going to be a lot of solutions. There are going to be a lot of solutions that will come in. But one other challenge that we're also looking at, and it's important to call it out, is the challenge of a data desert. A lot of solutions that are being developed in the AI space today don't have the right data sets. So there is bias even in the data at times. So when you're doing innovation, if your data sets are not right, you will not build the right solutions, because people with disability are often not part of those data sets. So one of the things that we are doing at Microsoft very intentionally is to ensure that we are able to provide data sets which include people with disabilities, have a more fair representation, so that innovation that is happening from an accessibility standpoint does cater to the audience set that we are looking at. Because for a long time, we do realize that the challenge of data sets was also there. So I just wanted to call that out, because I felt that this could help a few people who may have that startup issue, the initial grants, especially from an innovation standpoint. What I also feel is Microsoft may not be the only organization that has grants. So maybe having some sort of repository of where are these grants coming from, who are the different organizations, where could we address the elephant in the room, right? Because somewhere down the line, I think it's just that kickstart issue initially. Once you have that bright idea, there is a lot of solutions. We also may need to look at markets outside India. There is a lot of opportunity for us to look at some of these solutions, some of these best ideas that are there within India, but not to restrict ourselves just within India. So I just want to call that out, because I think, with a lot of technology-based solutions, you're not restricting it to a market. You can look at external markets. So I just want to broaden that horizon, possibly to open a few more gates, a few more options that could be there, to possibly give some solutions for people who are on that path struggling a bit. I just wanted to call it out.
That's interesting, Vivek, and I must acknowledge that the problem with the disability sector, the biggest problem is lack of awareness. And lack of awareness coming with the stigma it makes it like a plague. Like Arun says, he doesn't find people who needs limbs. I know of people who sell their land, farmland, to buy prosthetics to make them as able-bodied as possible. Just to overcome that stigma, that you don't want to go through a process where you are getting free artificial limb just to make you a little functional. They want to be as able-bodied, as so-called normal as possible. That kind of creates a lot of vacuum in the space where you don't identify yourself as a person with disability, or even the parents don't know, not identifying themselves, or elderly don't know. The number of elderly people using wheelchair services in the airports is mind-blowing. Each flight sometimes have 7 to 8 people. I have seen a flight from London to Delhi, No one there to help. On inquiry, I found that there are 40 wheelchair users came on a flight, so everybody is kind of there. But the same person who's elderly is not using any assistive device or technology when in a social setup. It's just for a mobility aid in a public space where you are just out of 1,000 people. So I think one of the points which is very clearly coming up that there is issue of awareness, like Maina is talking about awareness, Mehul is talking about, people don't know, so you looking for people outside India. Irony, India having the largest number of disabled people in the world. So there's something where we are not able to identify the problem. Where is it coming from? Why? I mean, yes, we'll come to you, Arun. So, so this is for everybody's, like it's a mental note that all of us should make and understand. It's something that we are not doing right somewhere. Is it because of our approach is very urban centric? Is it we are only looking at people in a certain space who have come with certain kind of money, or we are only looking for the other half who's very poor and we'll just look them as a beneficiary? So the choice is what I said also, it is missing out in the entire space, yes. So you, sir, please. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Jai Sudan, founder of TP Tech. We build solutions for deaf community. Our solutions name is Let's Talk Sign. So I have 2 or 3 points to highlight. Of course, challenges, because you're talking about challenges. Number 1 is solution like ours, which is providing automatic sign language interpretation. The challenge, of course, with that is there's no clear-cut ISL grammar defined even by ISL-RTC, so we have to take help of deaf community, our deaf employees, interpreters, associations, etc., to sort of build the solution to make it as usable and accurate as possible. But the challenge there is obviously, when I go to a customer, like even an NGO or a deaf community or even corporate or even government department I'm talking to, they ask about what is the guarantee that the solution is good enough, right? So that I have to either prove by showing I have 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 users using it, or key customers like, big customers like Microsoft, Google using them. We don't have that luxury in the initial stage of building the solution and our AT startups, right? So all these points leads to some kind of accreditation by organizations like ISL-RTC, NISH, AISH, even other NGOs, right? Established NGOs like Enable India, etc., right? So if you guys can test our solutions and say, hey, yeah, makes sense, or doesn't make sense, work on it, whatever feedback it is, and then give us a certification, maybe level 1, level 2, level 3, what this solution can be used for, what it's not applicable right now. That would be a great help for us, because we have to run around everywhere to prove ourselves that the solution works, right? And it takes years together, and we have to burn through cash, we have to burn through our effort, time, etc., etc. So number 1, accreditation by an institution, an organization for solutions like ours, definitely a must. That's a request from us. Number 2 is discoverability. I believe my friends also told about that. A lot of companies reach out to us now, right now, saying, hey, where were you guys all these years? We needed such a solution, but you're not available. But again, as Naina was mentioning, it comes down to cost, right? So we can't market ourselves yet because we don't have revenue, we don't have that and this. So discoverability, yes, we need a network or a platform to sort of showcase our AT solutions. I believe already AT Hub is planning to do that. TAN is, I think Mphasis is also planning to do that. That needs to be at large scale is what I believe. That plus accreditation. And the third point, I'm sure a lot of you folks will agree, is GST. I don't know if this is the right forum to mention that, but yeah, GST on assistive tech is a crime in my opinion, because we are spending so much money in building these solutions, AT solutions using AI and whatnot, and then we are having to pay GST of 18% on top of it.
Point taken, I must just remind you, when GST started, GST on assistive technology was at 15%. So then we took up the issue with the ministry, and it came to 5%, where we could still continue to look into that. So, but
it
it was brought
5%.
down. Yeah.
Unfortunately for us, because it's a solution, it's an app. So I believe 18% is still
So we will
applicable.
have to
I don't
figure
know
it
if
out
is-
now. So these are the things that
You
we
will
will discuss and find out. What needs us to do a little more research? How do you place the product as assistive technology and not as a solution for? So I think, sir.
Yeah, so, because you had talked earlier about standards and certification obviously needs standards, and then after that you can certify. So what could be the challenges and what would be the best way of addressing those?
So the standards could be of two types. One is for the mechanical parts and other is for the software. And especially when we talk of AT space, every time you do innovation, there could not be a standard. There may not be a standard. So what we discussed with Bureau of Indian Standard was that if some company innovates some product and there is no standard, they can approach us, we'll make their specifications as a standards. So there is not a big issue about that. And then for certification and testing and then validating those products, again, there is no, organization or institute which can do that. That's what my focus is now. We have already identified 5 aims in India because of there are a lot of issues because medical colleges under NMC, they don't take up those issues. But aims are independent of NMC, so they can take it up. So I had to, walk very smartly. And now, when we talk about the various standards which are already there, ISO 9999 is the specific for the only assistive products, assistive technologies. It's a huge book which contains all the standards about assistive technology, but still, because of the innovation, lot of innovations, lot of individual needs are there. So every product is different. In this space, the products are unique for everybody else. So we cannot say that the standard procedures, standard testing materials, they will be applied to all the products. So it's very, but now still we are working on this, and already we have identified with Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone and Shri Chitra Institute, which are pioneer in this field. So they are ready to work on standard protocols, standard testing mechanism, and then how to, accredit those labs which are, which can test those kind of solutions which you are talking.
And Roy, perhaps it may be a good idea for NASSCOM also to look at this kind of a thing, how they can play a role in terms of ensuring that there are adequate standards that are there for various disability products and how they can be tested and certified and so on. So this could be a thing that could be taken up by you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. To the point earlier about access, I implore if we can have a more fruitful collaboration with the government.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Can you hear me any better now? Yeah, thank you. I hope we can have a more fruitful collaboration with the government. The government is the custodian to a huge database. They know where everyone is. Not only that.
No, not like that.
Not just that. Folks, I have done a pan-India testing with the central government. They know our technology works pan-India. They've thrown us on the deep end. It works. And what do? They try and replicate it. Chalo, go ahead, replicate it. 4 years later, I follow up with them. They're still doing R&D. They thought it was so simple, they thought they'd do them themselves. ALIMCO. 4 years later. And then you say, what, this Atmanirbhar and all that? And then they go after Japanese technology. Bring it to India. What's happening with that? Nothing. So, talk is fine. I am doing stuff. It works. If not for them, with the 20 odd people that I have, we are approaching quantums that the government is working at with half a building. And rather than supporting, they are undercutting. What gives? And so much so that we are getting invited to the US to set up shop over there. UK is calling us. Turkey is calling us.
So good, follow, you are sitting in a place right now, the electronic city, which grew up on demand from outside and not from India. So, let's use that model as a great example.
In fact, to the point earlier about why I'm getting grief from my investors, God has been kind and we are breaking even, we are profitable in our operations. But it breaks my heart.
Point taken, Arun, point taken, and there is a need to have a closer partnership with the government. And yeah, please, madam.
So I'll tell you one thing, that there is a distrust from both the sides, and it has happened. There is an example of ALIMCO collaborating with the international company, and then what that company did, they handed over the obsolete, technology to them. Okay. So I'll not go into the detail of that.
That was a terrible deal that they struck with the international company. At the
same time, ALIMCO going to a private setup, trying to replicate their product. So this trust is from both the side, and I am the witness to that.
No, I think
okay, so we have to create trust.
These are initial days, and we are getting there. This will be.
Yeah, I can assure you, any government agency you approach will be able to help you out. The only thing is that you have to, connect to the right people.
So we should not take names who I connected him to. So, please.
Yeah, I just want to connect on two things. The GST aspect. As Aman, you have suggested 80 products already have.
Can you just your name and what you are.
Yeah, I'm Pratyusha. I'm co-founder of Grailmakers. So we are innovating solutions for visually impaired, right from for the childhood and for the public navigation in the adulthood as well. So we face the same problem with the GST because it's a huge cut for month on month for us.
Can you reach out separately, both of you, if you could write and send this information with us and collect more such issues? Yeah.
Sure. And just the second thing, so like we see a lot of government adoption for something in it, like giveaway models for B2C. But when it comes to the solutions for making public places accessible or even any skill training programs, like is there any approach we can still have the government connects? Is it streamlined like
RFP? You have to participate in a RFP, okay. I think so. Yeah. So yes, Philip.
So I think I'm just entering the conversation now because some points were made, comparing the medical technology sector and assistive technology. So here in Kerala, at Kerala Medical Technology Consortium, our aim is to promote and grow the medical devices sector in Kerala. So we discovered assistive technology through the lens of medtech. Even folks from the Kalari Capital team also alluded to the same. So there has to be a distinctive strategy for assistive technology that falls under medical devices. And there has to be a very different strategy and a distinctive approach made to assistive technology, which is not medical devices. And both have to be dealt with differently. And there are lots of parallels of what is happening in the assistive sector today with medical technology. I don't know how many of you are aware of the size of the Indian medical technology market. It's about $600 billion. Can anyone guess what is the market in India? Any guess? It's around $12 billion, 2%. At 20% of the world's population, we represent about 2% of the world's medtech market. 75 to 80% of medical technology is imported into India. I remember Avinav also showing us that almost 90% of assistive technology is also imported into India. So there are lots of such parallels. 30 years, 40 years ago, there was some very good companies focusing on quality who have set up shop in India in various different parts, many of them also in Kerala, who are doing very well today. But if you ask them, most of their products are being exported outside.
True.
The market in India is not ready to pay the price for the quality and the standards and the design R&D that has gone into that product. So again, I beg to differ that grants are not required in this field. I think grants are very much required. Anything that is R&D intensive, anything that is design intensive, anything that involves creating something new that has not existed before is the prerogative of the government to fund, because it has the highest risk. And fund in tranches, fund up to a certain level and let it fail so that it tomorrow does not burn money from the investment ecosystem. But grants have to de-risk the high-risk stages of assistive technology startups, which is the beginning. The second thing that we see, which is also in parallel with medical technology sector, most entrepreneurs are either engineers, and a very small fraction of them are, from the healthcare field. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Engineers are able to build very good products, but seldom are able to fit it or, integrate it into the healthcare model, and that requires a lot of effort. On the other hand, healthcare professionals are able to identify the problem very well, but are not able to build such great products. So the solution is you have to bring these two things together. In India, unfortunately, doctors have a very different set of education and engineers have a very different education. Not so in the West. In the West, a lot of doctors first study engineering and then become doctors. And that's why you see big companies like Medtronics, J&J and Stryker being founded by doctors. In the same manner here, we will have to take up a multi-pronged approach where you build a team with the capabilities to kind of de-risk the venture. So again, I would say in the medtech field, we encourage startups that come to us.
These are very valuable points and
Arman,
yeah.
Arman, just one minute. I'll give an example to illustrate what he said. The case of hearing aids was costing over 25,000-30,000 rupees in India. The government spent 25 crores with CDAC to design a chip for the hearing aid. And that was used to build hearing aids at 4,000 rupees. And that's how the Tarang brand of hearing aids reached a lot of people. The complete R&D cost was underwritten by the government by a grant.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say, Mohan, that, these are valuable information, these learnings which is already there, so we do not need to reinvest in the wheel. I think when we build this policy paper and we try to reach the stakeholders for the government, these are very valuable. We'll come back to you again to take a deep dive into this.
Yeah, just one more point I would make regarding manufacturing.
Right.
So we also find that making prototypes is not very easy in such R&D intensive, sophisticated products which use sensors, electronics and other embedded software. So there have to be players in the market who are able to understand your requirement, quickly turn around and help you build those prototypes. Because an engineer or a person who's very passionate about the disability field cannot sit and learn the nuances of design for manufacturing in that process. They can do it at a certain stage when they are going to scale up their manufacturing, setting up manufacturing. So can we create entities, and we have such entities in Kerala that we are using for the medtech field. We have people who are supplying sophisticated components to aerospace, defense.
So just to your point, and then I'll go over to you, sir, that we have people sitting in this room who is ready to fund a product which is at the manufacturing level, but we don't have the ecosystem which can take something at that level, sir.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, Arman, this is a very good point which is there about different kind of fundings that need to be available. And I think, we should look at the BarrierBreak model, which has been a very successful model where they have, thousands that are available from idea to sort of early kind of development or perhaps even a research paper. And then from there onwards, a much bigger grant available, then a much bigger grant available, and so on. Plus, they also have, various kind of things by which you can then get in for angel investment as a co-investment, and then you can go in for a bigger round of investment and so on. And for the first 2-3 years of the journey of the product, BarrierBreak supports you in different manner. And perhaps we should also study that and try and create similar kind of a model with perhaps organizations in the medical field, perhaps in different kind of fields. And the same kind of a thing has now been followed by IDEX also for defense tech, where IDEX is giving, if a startup comes, they give them the money and they say develop it to a certain stage, and once it has been developed to a certain stage, then they say, okay, now we will give you assured order, and then it gets converted into something, and by that time, if the product is proven, then you have VCs coming in and then putting in investment and so on. So perhaps some sort of seed plus grant plus equity plus loan, all those kind of things, those sort of models should be evolved.
Right.
No, I think speak into the mic because it's being transcribed. And
Sorry. So the gap between grants, like you said, sir, BarrierBreak has done fantastic work. But there's also a paper that you should read where India's biotechnology and pharma push has been lauded for the kind of work the government has done. But at the same time, their lack of taking initiative in medtech has also been highlighted in the same paper. So medtech is where it is today because the government has not taken that kind of effort. But there is a huge gap between when you get funds from BarrierBreak to when you go to a VC. And that's typically the stage that angel investors are supposed to come in. So what we are trying to do is get healthcare professionals, doctors who have disposable incomes, who understand the therapeutic area that the product is in, who are willing to bet and also provide mentorship and guidance. And we find there to be a good fit. BioAngels, sir, we've also interacted. It's a good concept, but I don't know how many investments have gone through. We've brought in a lot of startups, but none of the investments have gone through yet. So that's another way. Can we find a stakeholder who can be that bridge in the angel stage, who is passionate about this field and has disposable income? That would also be something that can be done.
Yeah, anyone else would like to make any?
Bharat, I invited you to come here, and perhaps you, having heard everything, you may have a view. Bharat is from, why don't you?
Yeah, so hi everyone. So I'm from the technology leadership team of Make My Trip group. So it's thanks to Pradeep Shah for inviting me in. I think it's a good one to get aware of a lot of the things which is being happening. I think I was not aware of a lot of the things which is there. I think one thing which we are trying to do as part of Make My Trip is also trying to see how to make travel inclusive and accessible, which is where like a lot of the wheelchair assistants and a lot of the other ones, maybe we are trying to make it much more accessible for people to book and other things. But here, I think one of the things which came out in all of the conversations was awareness. So it might be awareness with respect to product features, I think from that point of view, or awareness with respect to what grants are available or what other capabilities are available for companies, or awareness with respect to identifying what company is solving. So what is the problem statement they are solving? So all of this are like different ways of looking at it as like a similar ball, which is I'm calling it as awareness, because for a specific question, we are not able to aware that this solution or this is there. So we have discussed upon multiple ones. I think one was for the grants may like have some sort of a registry or other thing. So I want to bring in another perspective. So for example, so I think all of you would have in other conferences have heard about like the technology landscape has been completely changing. So it's been like 2 years, like things are changing. Another 1-2 years, more things are going to change as well. So I think one thing which Shiva pointed out in the conversation, which I wanted to touch upon, just as adjacent to it as well as, so as part of the assistive technology, he mentioned that like a question was asked to a person and then the person did not know what to do. He went into ChatGPT, just typed it in, understood, made aware of what that knowledge is, and then started to execute, right? It's not only for, assistive is not only for that, for people of need. So what I mean is like, so we talked about like technologists or engineers and medical professionals lacking a gap of knowledge from one to another. That gap is slowly reducing. So I know that like with embedded and other things, it has not reduced that far yet, but going forward, knowledge is going to become much more heavily accessible for all of us. So understanding, like if we take up the initiative to go ahead and understand about it, so we will be able to understand the other side of the coin as well. For example, engineers can start to understand what on the medical field maybe we have to go ahead and do about it. Not there yet, I completely agree, but the direction is there. So probably in a little bit of time we will reach there. The same way for the other side as well, for prototyping and a lot of the other ones which we touched upon. Now there are like tools which are coming up, not for your specific problem yet. So it takes a little bit more time to get into the specific problems to be solved yet. But a lot of the things can be prototyped by people who are not familiar with the engineering side itself now. So, and things are evolving. I think one line which my founder always says, the best is yet to come. So I wanted to just conclude with that, saying that I think this was a very good forum. And so almost everyone was very eager in trying to see that like how we can improve from, I think from a government perspective, what other things we can do. From companies perspective, like what investors can expect, like other grants or other things. So I think my only perspective is like each one has to keep pushing our boundaries. Let's not have a roof and then say that this we are bound by this. Let's keep our things to our imagination. Solutioning is for us to handle it. I think we will figure out a solution if we put our innovation to it. And just one more thought just to conclude it is, I think the elephant is starting to look to like move. So I feel like starting to make the elephant dance is not impossible. And then India could be the first one to do it on the AT side. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so my name is George. So I just want to touch upon something, some random thoughts. So one is like Rohit was mentioning about different types of funding, and there is a gap between, say, for example, grants to VCs. So there is a bridge that is required, and do we have products in that gap? Same thing about products. We have so many products, but is it really completing a particular cycle or a journey? So there is a lot of concentration on certain set of products, but is it like helping somebody to complete a journey, or it can identify with a person? So for example, you take education. Can somebody, even with all these technologies, is able to, start from, say, first grade to a higher education? So do we have a complete set of technology for that? So what happens is, okay, once they will have enough technology till 10th grade, then they are finding a big void, and then they don't, so they are like really struggling. Okay, I want to do STEM, but okay, I have technology till 10th, after that it's a big void. And something may be available. So 11th and 12th, there is a big gap, then I have to restart again in the graduation or whatever. So that mix, if we know there are sort of products that is really required. Now another example which I want to tell, see previously we used to have a lot of this backward integration, forward integration. So when you don't have the right kind of products, you only create the market for that, or you make the product for that. Now Arman spoke about 40 persons in wheelchair coming out of an aeroplane. Now where are they coming out? They will come out and they will look for a taxi. And if they're a person with a wheelchair, they would ideally look for a wheelchair that has turn plus, because it is very comfortable for them to enter the turn plus. Now, out of 40 people, 35 people would have booked their flight from Make My Trip. Now, Make My Trip is a door-to-door journey provider. So, if we can find, if we don't have the right kind of products, can we find the right kind of collaborators or product mix? Because many companies, I mean, like product mix is something which many companies do, right? Oh, I have a gap in this particular area. Maruti has like, even if there is a 1 centimeter gap, they will create a new product for that. So in this case, how do we mix the right kind of products? Because it's such a dispersed market, the gap is too much. So where can we have those strategic points and at least make some high-level connects? Oh, there is a product gap here. Something needs to be fixed there. Now, what is the right kind of funding requirement? Is it a funding? Is it a grant? Is it a VC or something in between? Do we have that? So at that level, if we can have something, right? Then I feel that, okay, there has to be something holistic like that. Some random thoughts, that's all. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, but that is what an ecosystem is all about. Okay, that you don't do everything yourself. So, you know, as you said, Make My Trip provides the end-to-end vehicles, and Nana's team can provide the seats in those vehicles. I mean, you know, that is what an ecosystem is all about. And that is what we need to work towards.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, okay, now you can also do the last mile booking, right? So, should. Because we also have like Namayatri, which is a mobility solution, which is, Shanti is actually leading it, which
That's
is
right.
Purple Rides. And now one of the things that she is working on is multimodal transport. Oh, you have transport, okay, we have solutions for that. But how, okay, you have transport facility or ride facility from airport to the last bus stop, but from there, what do you do? How the transfer can happen?
Yeah, I think many of the founders would agree with me here that like after the product development phase or after a while, we want to get the money more from the customers rather than relying on the further and further funding. And from beginning, whatever we are discussing, the market access is becoming like a gap altogether. So just like a BarrierBreak model, Pradeep, so if we can get something where like we directly get the paid pilots from the government or even the NGOs, because whenever we approach the governments, even for the piloting phase, it often like comes out to be like they expect it to be a free pilot to be done for them, and it's very difficult for the startups to be taking care of all that aspects. So any streamlined model of where we can apply and get the market access.
We're talking about affordability like constantly. We know that disabled people don't have the buying power. Okay, so that's why there's a question of choice. We're not saying that to close all the populist scheme. The populist free distributions are also required, and those who can afford should be able to buy. So I was telling this to Mehul the other day. Like, so if you want to buy something on Amazon, it's available on EMI as low as 200 rupees sometimes. So those options doesn't come to you when you want to get an assistive technology. Now I think NeoMotion has collaborated with somebody who is financing their wheelchair. Otherwise it's difficult. Like my wheelchair costs 5 lakh rupees. So, you know, you cannot imagine like this. The cushion costs 45,000 rupees and so on. So, but there is no financing model. You don't have a model where the government is saying like we are going to give you 15% or 20% of that cost. Like today, if you talk about setting up a food processing unit, there are subsidies available. There are so many investment which government, and likewise so many other investment per se to promote any industry. So the idea that we're talking here to develop assistive technology ecosystem which brings investment, and this investment will bring all these answers like insurance and other financing models which can come, affordability, tax rebate, GST, all this will be, how do you put into med tech, and this is ed tech, and this is mobility solutions, and this is more employment, more so on. So this is just the initial stage. The presentation that we made in the morning is the version 0.1. So we'll open it up. We want to make a strong case with the government of India. They're already interested. You hear from sir about funds of funds and other things, and there are so many people in the room who can move the envelope when it needed. Just people who are on the grassroots, people who are actually in it, they also need to put their thoughts, their challenges and opportunities that they have together. And this is, I think, a good start for all of us.
Anyone else has a point to make? Otherwise, yeah.
I just want to build on what everybody has said, and I think there's actually a framework that is emerging, because we have a startup ecosystem which is going to be about, which are in different stages, like, and we've talked about it. It's like the BarrierBreak model, and there is something around it, right? Ki kya paisa chahiye? Do you need manufacturing help or mentoring help? It's different at each stage. So I think just looking at that, the policy can be made that way. The second thing that intersects with that, like a Venn diagram, is the lived experience ecosystem, which is held by NGOs, etc., who are looking from the person with disability point of view, looking at it to kitize it, like, ki ye teeno saath mein sell hoga, and building, persons with disability also to understand that they should dil mange more kind of thing, So there's that lived experience part is very critical, that we associate with the startup ecosystem and keep it real and, make things happen. And the third part is the marketplace and the market making. The problem, Arun, we are having is that मैं पूरा life कुछ देखा ही नहीं है, तो I'm not suddenly looking for anything. My colleague Ashish, for 15 years of his life, was at home because he had to crawl to go to the school and people will make fun and the dogs were biting him, and he only at the age of 15 saw a crutch, which is kind of stupid that you know it at 15. So market making and marketplace, all this is a different ecosystem in one way. There are some support ecosystems, right, in which everything else comes, right? वो जो हम standards बता रहे थे, या certification, accreditation, like somebody was talking about last mile. Mighty is there, you've got CSCs, and CSCs have started doing the logistics part, the distribution and delivery, somebody was mentioning it. So I think if we first do a little curation and sense making of what has been said here, come up with a framework, आप उनको attack अलग से करोगे, like, where does that repository part come, where does this come, and where do we really want government's energy, because there is a different energy of the lived experience of and the NGOs and what should be done, etc. So that's my only thing that I wanted to say.
I think rightly
beautifully
said.
Summed
Yes,
up.
yeah, very well done. I said, and the problems are not so easy. Like yesterday we released this report on status of health of people with disability in Bangalore rural and Tumkur. There are about 700 participants in this survey. Now, if you cannot ask them a question like, do you have diabetes or do you have hypertension? Because they have not gone through any diagnosis. Then there are respondents who are saying that we don't have disability, we are as good as anybody else. So, this ableist mindset, and I shared in the morning as well, like, 93% people don't use any device. They don't know about it. There is no insurance. So how do you look at all these issues? And this is a small 700 number of people. If it is 7 lakh, if it is 7 crore, what kind of data would come out? So what kind of investment do we need? What kind of policy change? And we are paying tax, for God's sake. All of us, all disabled people, their families are paying tax. It is that percentage also should be invested back to us. And you're not able to use public transport, you're not covered in Ayushman Bharat scheme, you're not getting housing, you're not... And I can go on and on. And this is something I think we thought that assistive technology can be a great enabler in kind of bridging the gap into everything, that you being a little more seen, a little more participatory into education, in social life, in employment. Even if it means coming to protest, coming to go and vote, bringing down a government, voting in the government, making your candidate win and ask for what, because the mobility and you're able to get an information which is in accessible format to be express yourself. I think your agency changes. You yourself become a little more powerful, and you are in a position to negotiate. So I think that is how crucial I think assistive technology is, considering the entire environment and things.
How big is our intent? Like, क्या होता है? When I look at LMEA countries, 35 million wheelchairs and 15 million prosthetics or reverse is what WHO has said. If the government were to know कि यहाँ exports में हम $1 million starting, because there are 2-3 ripe solutions. Rise Bionics, I mean, in my mind, Rise Bionics, NeoMotion, I mean, and they're doing their efforts. It should be the government is saying, nahi yaar, Arun main tere liye sab kuch karega. You know, almost whatever, I mean, not that equivalent, but so I think somewhere in the collectivization, if there's a common mission where everybody is able to see कि मैं mission 10 billion का हिस्सा हूँ, एक pride आ जाता है, and the collective action also will building. You know, so there's a change-making angle which comes through mission building, which we have done and seen the effect of that, and the other is, you know, whatever we have been discussing.
Yeah, so you have given a great summation, both of you. So, you know, on behalf of NCPEDP, I would like to thank all of you. I think this has been a very, very invigorating discussion. We will compile it together. Of course, there is a report that was shared in the morning, but we will compile all these thoughts together, and perhaps Arman, would we be putting together a white paper or something? Yeah, so we would be putting together a white paper, and obviously it's something that will be available to all of you. So thanks a lot again. Any word on tomorrow's program, or is that only closed door pitches, or what is this?
It's a closed door pitches. Actually.
Okay. So in any case, let me just inform all of you that tomorrow we are having closed door pitches. There are some startups who will be pitching, and we have some investors and a jury and so on, and we will be therefore looking at different kind of startups that can be supported further. So that program is tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I think, but that is by invitation. Of course, the Kalari folk both of you are invited very much for that particular session. Okay, thank you very much.
I had one point. Sorry, I guess I got late. Can I just cover it? Yeah. So, I mean, I've been working in this space for some time.
Not only ladies first, it's also ladies last.
Thank you. No, my point is more from an acquired disability standpoint. So I've been working in this space, and, you know, like especially post-COVID, if we see, there are many people who have acquired a disability. Or there are also increase in stroke cases, and, you know, where many things change, right, from cognition, you know, mobility, everything, there's multiple impact. So in those cases, I feel assistive tech and even rehabilitation has a very big role to play. But again, a person starts from square one. The person may not know whom to reach, who are the organizations. We may not have a central aggregated information on who are the organizations, what are the assistive tech, you know, which is in place. So that is something I feel is also a need of the hour. I mean, we all know because we are present here, we work in this space. But for the larger population, the awareness and the, you know, the provision or the availability of the information in one place is actually very important. Or else whatever effort we are putting in behind closed doors, it doesn't actually come out. Our people are not even aware of it. So
Sure. I think a platform approach where all the schemes which are available, the supporting
the
organizations,
assistive tech,
etc. Yeah, that's a good idea. That should be put together.
Thank you so much.
Patient and spend the whole day here. I look forward to all of your support. You will hear from us with this white paper document for your feedback, and stay in touch, please.